Good morning. What's going on? Hang on a second. I just remembered I got to check something before I get started here. All right. Yeah, we're good. So all right. I can put this down now, I think.
I've got to plug it in, because my battery will die on my phone if I don't.
Okay, so we have some big updates. Well, I guess an update, a singular big update from Sean. He wrote this up yesterday. I put this out. It's update number 50. This goes over September, October, and November of 2025. So the play test and all the updates and things that have been happening over the past several months. So, yeah, exciting stuff here. Sean did talk about this in his last stream. We talked about that briefly in an overview of his last stream. So if you were interested in that, definitely go check it out. I love Sean's takes on things. I love that the way that he talks about the game. It's different than some of the other devs. So, yeah. Anyway, so we're going to take a look at this update and see what all there is. He did say this is a huge update. Huge. Like, look at this thing. Look how it's a tiny little scroll. It goes way down here. It's huge. So, let's take a look at it. Here, let's get some music. We'll load up. We'll load up Monsters and Memories, and we'll have that as our background music while we do this. Once that finishes loading here, we'll just jump into like a server select and have that for our background. But, hi all! It's been a few months since our last update. Apologies for that. We jumped from the September playtest into the October stress test, the November playtest, and then straight back into closed testing and preparing for beta. In the meantime, we maintained normal early access and Module 1 production in parallel. So on the upside, there's plenty to look at in this update. If you're on a slower connection, give the page time to download. There's a decent number of images and GIFs in this one. We hope you enjoy it. And again, thanks a ton for participating in the test. We had an amazing time and look forward to getting you in and playing for good. I mentioned beta at the bottom of the post. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I love it. Let's go ahead and jump in here so we can get some sound in the background. There we go. We'll just do that. We'll do that sound. Thank you so much for the sub, Hoss. I appreciate it, bud. So let's take a look. November playtest overview. These numbers might be slightly off from other postings as we pulled GM dev accounts out of this data. That's good. This playtest also included 1,884 peak concurrent players. I just didn't bother adding the graphic. So 1884. That sounds like a very important date for some reason. What was 1884? Something happened around there, and I'm drawing a blank on what it was, but it seems very important. I don't know why that number stands out to me. But anyway, 1,884 peak concurrent players is awesome. I love to see that. I'm hoping we get that on every server when the game actually goes live. We have however many servers they have, and your concurrent players is 1,884. Around 2,000 players at a time per server would be amazing. So yeah, hopefully we're able to make that happen. Session statistics, unique accounts, over 10,000 accounts. So we had on Arel, which is a server that I played on, 6,300 accounts. That is nuts. Thanks for making these videos. Yeah, no worries, Hoss. 1984 is the old book about a dystopian world, I believe. Yeah, that sounds familiar, but 1884 sounds very familiar for something else. I think it was like a TV show or something along those lines. Let's see. Total minutes. Wow, what is that? 12 million minutes played, or 8,758.7 days. 8,700 days played. Yeah. I don't know why I'm not able to say that properly for some weird reason. Average playtime per account was 20 hours. That's actually really good. So over the course of 10 days, the average playtime per account was 20 hours, meaning the average person played 2 hours a day. That's perfect. That's exactly what I want to see in a game like this. Some people weren't able to play for a day, so the next day they played for 4 hours, something along those lines, but average of about 2 hours a day. I suspect this number to go up when early access actually hits. I know that a lot of people are playing a lot right now. We have, those what we're calling poop soccers, and they're playing a ton. Like you can see that on this graphic here. So account playtime distribution, we had over 1,400 accounts, almost 1,500 accounts that played for 50 or more hours. That's 5 hours a day on average. Joined for the second half, but no lifed it. Yeah, it's awesome. So, I mean, this is good to see, in my opinion. We have over half of the player base, I feel like, right here. What was this? Let's see. That's 1,600. We'll call that 1,700. Wait, no. 2,600. We'll call that. 3,600. 4,000. 50. Let's say 5,500. That's just a rough guess here. 5,500 of the player base. So over half of the player base played for a minimum of 5 to 10 hours. Only 345 people played for 0 to 4 minutes. I saw some people on Reddit talking about this, saying that they may have had 10,000 accounts log in, but most of those people, according to this Reddit thread, was saying that most of those people only logged in briefly, laughed at the game, and logged out. And it's like, this statistic shows otherwise. It was actually a pretty good split. Majority of people, over half the people played for a minimum of 5 to 10 hours. And a good, what is that? 14% almost, I guess, played for 50 plus hours. That's pretty dang good. Moving on, daily unique accounts. So this is unique accounts per day. It's spiked up, of course. Day one, was sitting here, spiked up the second day because people are like, what? There's a play test? And they were able to jump in. And then, it maintained pretty well. It went down a little bit. This must have been the weekend right here. The 8th and the 9th must have been the weekend because it went back up a little bit. And then it went back down. Obviously, the last day has the least amount of people. People are like, okay, I played it. I'm gonna enjoy. But average daily users, 4,100. That's pretty dang good. I love it. Hey, Criddle, thanks for casting. Your recap videos are great. Thanks. I appreciate it. Let's keep going through this. We're going to put this up on YouTube as well. So for those that may miss this stream, we're going to put this up on YouTube so people can check this out. Some people may just want to come here to the website. I'll put that in the description. So to check that out, so you can go to the website and just read through it on your leisure. But I will also go through it myself because I want to talk about this. A lot of this stuff is really cool information for me. I have an economics background. I love seeing statistics. So this kind of stuff is just like, it brings me back to my college days. All right, so we got Druid up here with 25,000 hours played. Wow. Oh, we can just click on that graphic. Cool. It didn't make it any bigger, though. I think it made it smaller. We got the Shaman and then the Shadow Knight, Enchanter, then all the way down here at the end is the Inquisitor. So good distribution. I guess it's not really a good distribution. It's a bad distribution. It means that we need to actually get something going on with these classes down here to make them better. Whereas the Druid obviously has something going for it to draws people to it. I know exactly what it has going for it. It has heals. It has buffs like Speed of the Wild, Damage Shield. It's got a pet. It's got teleports. It's got pretty good nukes. Good dots. The Druid is the most versatile, best all-around class in the game, in my opinion, right now. It's just amazing. Shaman is a close second to that. It has a lot of those other things. It just doesn't have the teleports. And instead of having things like a damage shield, it's got your haste buffs and your slows and other melee buffs. So it's, that's why these are up here. And then Shadow Knight had a lot of people playing it because they made some tweaks to Shadow Knight. and it was basically the overpowered class of the 10 days. And then Enchanter's always been very good because of the charm. Bard also good because of charm. I'm actually surprised to see Cleric up this high though. Very surprised to see Cleric here. I expected Cleric to be down here somewhere. So Shadow Knight seems so good. It is very good. Very, very good. They've actually nerfed it a little bit recently. We're not going to talk about a lot of the updates and stuff on the closed alpha because that's still kind of under a... It's not an NDA, but it's a, hey, good faith gesture. Don't talk about it. But on that closed server, they made a lot of adjustments to pets, a lot of adjustments to melee classes. Shadow Knight is still very, very, very good, but their pets are not nearly as good. The pets have had a lot of adjustments lately. So I think the chart needs to be the highest level numbers. Says a little bit more. Yeah. The highest, like, this is basically saying that these classes are in a good state. These classes, not so much. I will say that Inquisitor, I feel like, is a good class. It's just misunderstood and undervalued, especially at lower levels. When you get into like level 20 to 30 or higher, the Inquisitor becomes much more valuable. But at lower levels, which is where the majority of player base is, we'll see that here in just a minute in one of these other statistics, it's just an undervalued class. Same thing with the Archer. The Archer is just a straight DPS class, but at higher levels, its Dispel ability is really, really nice to be able to have its Dispel. They can just fire an arrow, instant cast, and Dispel targets. The Archer needs a little bit of love. I'm not going to say that neither of these classes need any love. I'm just saying that at lower levels, they're not as relevant as they are in higher levels. Spellblade, I think, needs a lot of love because it's proccing. It's all about the procs, and it's just at low level, again, very tough to play that class because you don't have the dexterity, you don't have the procs to be able to maintain. Dispel or Purge? Well, that's the thing, is those two words are interchanged quite a bit on the Archer. So Dispelling Shot on the Archer means Purge. So I think that maybe, hey, Nick, if you're watching this, or Sean, or anybody, whoever's watching this on the dev team, you might want to change that on the Archer class. It's called Dispelling Shot, but it should be Purge Shot, unless they've changed it already. But anyway, it removes buffs from the enemy, not from an ally. It is a bit confusing. I totally agree. Anyway, so yeah, this is where I want, like here in the middle is where I would like all of these to be, so we have an even distribution of classes. Right, that would be the best, is to have an even distribution of classes. But this being such a sharp curve just is very telling. Anyway, let's move on from that. Craft, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it, bud. Let's move on from that. This is just a numerical version of the same graph up here. So over almost 12% of the total player base played the Druid. That's nuts. Or I guess over 12% of the hours played was from the Druid. All right, moving on. Top 10 poop sockers by level. So this one is a little bit weird by me. This is by level. This is basically saying who has the highest level, which is not really the same thing as a definition of poop socking, right? Poop socking is literally playtime. It's about how much you play in a day, not necessarily how much you level. Because over the course of 6 months, that's not how long people have been playing this, I could level up very high only playing a couple hours a day. But if I poop sock it, I could probably do the same thing in a month, right? So anyway, that's how I look at it. But this is the basically highest level players on each server. On the PvP server, we have a level 46, which is awesome. That's good to see. I'm surprised by that, actually, that we have a level 46 on the PvP server. We got a Wizard here. We got a Shadow Knight Cleric. Cleric being level 41. That's kind of shocking as well. Unless these guys group together, or these people group together, these top 4 right here may have possibly grouped the entire way, which would make sense. But they may not have as well. And then you have these people here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That could be another group right there. Let's see, Enchanted, Wizard, a Necro, Bard, Archer, Druid. That would be a terrible group. So I doubt that they all group together. But anyway, moving on. We got a level 60 on Krivia. Nice, nice. And we have a level 60 over on Rel. So we got a level 60 on both. I believe Cake Pops was in the stream quite a bit during the playtest. We were chatting with them, and they hit level 60 during the playtest. So congrats to them. That was awesome. I was on the Rel server, so we were chatting a good bit. Let's see. Moving on. Total player deaths. This one is fun because later on we get to see what killed the most amount of players, and you'll be shocked, surprised. I don't know. I have some theories, but we'll talk about it. So total deaths was 19,000 over on Rel. Only 5,000. That's crazy. This is basically just based on the number of players, right? If we go back up here and look at the number of players per server, wherever that was. Anyway, wherever we saw that at a minute ago, the more players you have, obviously the more deaths you're going to have. So that makes sense that this distribution was the way that it is. Class distribution by server. This is interesting. So on the PvP server, majority of players were rogue. I'm guessing because of the stealth at level 1, so they can sneak around. And then Shadow Knight, they're very, very strong PvP class. They've got fear. They've got life siphons. They have damage. They have the pull now. Very good class. And then down here we have Druid and Druid, of course, because those are just a majority of the player base. But when you look at the PvE stats, it's much closer. If you look up here at the PvE of the total stats, you have the Druid up way up here. But yeah, it's much closer when you look down here. Druid, Shaman is only 1% difference per server. But you look at the Inquisitor down here, only 2.7%, 2.9% of the server. Oh, they make Muffin Tops food. That would be awesome. Top tier food for Muffin Tops. No food for you. What was that? That was a Seinfeld episode, wasn't it? Where they just did the Muffin Tops? And then they have like the peasant food where they cut off the bottoms. Overall class totals. So this is characters by class. Okay, this is basically the same statistic, just not by hours. It's by actual class made. So that makes sense. Distribution by server. Oh, this is race distribution. Majority of people played human. I'm actually shocked by that. Why did majority of people play human, you think? Does anybody have any theories on that? I have no idea. Top of the muffin to you. Yes. We're going to be poop socking. I will definitely be poop socking. I might need a bucket, not a sock. I don't know that a sock's going to work. They can be all classes. I mean, yeah, it's just stats. That's true. They can be all classes. I guess people are, they're like, I want to be this class, but I don't want to be this race, right? So I only have so many races to choose from, but I want to be this class. So they're just like, I'll just be a human instead. Because they access to all the classes. I mean, it's a very, it might be because of that. Let's see what else we have here. Overall race totals. Yeah, much higher. I'm surprised Havling was down here. I think that Havling and Gnome, or Gnome especially, is going to go up when they add the Gnome mounting on Ogres. I think these two are going to go up a good bit. It almost has me to where I want to play an Ogre, because I'm going to be playing a fighter when the game actually releases. It almost has me wanting to play an Ogre just so I can carry a Gnome on my shoulder. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. But yeah, we'll see what happens with that. Muffin's the only food that makes you become more like... oh yeah, as you eat it, yep, you turn into it. It's you are what you eat kind of thing. When you eat a muffin, it'll turn you into a muffin. For sure. I got a little bit of a muffin myself. So yeah, human races, let's see. Top looted items. Cloth, scraps. Makes sense. I'm surprised that it was nearly double that of rawhide scraps. They might need to look at that. Actually, no, they probably don't need to look at that. And here's why. The only way to get cloth scraps is by killing humanoid enemies in the game that drop cloth scraps, right? So they'd have to be lower level. Rawhide scraps, you can actually kill animals and then in the future skin them and then probably get rawhide scraps out of that through the things that you get. So right now you can actually kill animals and then turn those into canvas and then break down the canvas for rawhide scraps. So that makes sense that they've done that. This is something along the game, and we're probably going to talk about this a lot, looking at all these statistics, because, again, I'm going to probably talk about my background a lot in schooling. But this is another thing that I think they need to work on quite a bit, is the economy, the money coming in, the items coming in versus the items going out. They do actually have a statistic on that, and I've been kind of saying it every single playtest. They need to have more money sinks and material sinks and things like that in the game. We call them money sinks, but it's not just that. It also has to do with items and usage, because we have too much coming in with the players and not enough going out. And we need to figure out something to do that. Otherwise, the economy is going to get very inflated. It's going to get out of control within 6 months of the game coming out, a year tops, and the economy is not going to be healthy for new players. It's going to be very bad for new players. So anyway, something that I want to talk about quite a bit. On Krivia, oh my gosh, dude, 244,000 cloth scraps on Krivia. And then down here on Rel, 303,000. That's nuts. Moving on, most deadly NPCs. This is what I was talking about just a minute ago. It says most deadly NPCs is unknown. This is probably, like, you guys may have some theories on this as well. My theory is when the damage is done to you by something other than an NPC. So things like drowning, fall damage, those kind of things. That's my guess of what killed the majority amount of players. Or maybe even things like after the enemy was dead, but you had a dot on you, that could kill you, and it may not register it to the NPC because the NPC is dead and it's no longer an entity. I don't know. It's just the first tier that's pitiful on cloth scraps too. Wool falls off a cliff. It does, yeah. Wool falls off very, very quickly. I felt like in my playtest on closed and on the open servers, I've been doing some trade skills on both and trying it out. I feel like cotton is the hardest to deal with. So you go, the problem with cloth scraps is you level through it before you actually level up your stuff enough. Although you level fairly quickly in those low tier of tailoring or leatherworking, etc. And then you get into wool. Wool, you level through that still fairly quickly, and you don't get enough wool. I think that the reason for that is because there's not as many humanoids in that level range from 11 to 20. There's not as many human, or I guess technically 11. Yeah, I guess it'd be 10 to 19, I think, is wool. It's either that or 11 to 20. I can't remember. I think 20 starts cotton. Maybe 30 starts cotton. I don't know, guys. I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm sure you all know. But anyway, I think there's just less humanoids in that level range where wool is, which is why you end up getting less wool, and then you can't keep up with it. But what I have to struggle with is cotton. I actually got to cotton, and I was trying to keep up with it, and I leveled up to whatever's after cotton, linen, before I finished cotton, and I had to go back and just kill some lower level enemies. I could have done it for sure because I killed a bunch of humanoids. I just wasn't really thinking about it a lot of the time. And we kind of got into a rhythm with my group of just killing constantly for XP and just grinding it out. And yeah, I think a lot of the cotton just got wasted. But yeah, but I agree. Wool becomes very much more difficult than cloth does. PvP statistics. This was interesting to me as well. So PvP kills, obviously you're going to have the most on a PvP server. But this right here, we had 200 and 215 on the PvE servers, which means people were actually sparring or going to the arena, I guess. I never checked out the arena. I think you can actually fight in the arena, but I'm not 100% sure. But I know you can duel. So that's an interesting stat. I like this stat for a couple reasons, though. Not just because it shows how many people are PvPing, but how popular PvP is, right? So, like, out of the 6,000 different players, unique accounts that were on Rel, and the 4,000 unique accounts on Krivia, only 200 PvP kills on each of those. I don't know how many. I don't remember off the top of my head, scrolling back up, how many unique accounts were on the PvP server, but yeah. Total coin looted. This right here is what I was talking about with the inflation. It's going to be nuts, guys. Nuts. So, number one, wealthiest players, only 15 gold. That's it. Only 15 gold. Wow. We had around 60 to 70 average on the PvP server. Peak was 120 to 140. Okay. And they still had, 1,400 PvP kills, right? Versus 200 and 215 with a lot more players. A lot more. So, I mean, I'm just not a fan of the PvP in this style of game. I just don't think that it's something that's needed. But coin looted. So we had 508 million copper, which would be at 1,000 per, would be 500,000 silver, right? And 1,000 per, so it'd be 508 additional gold. Am I doing that right? Only 508 additional gold? No, it's 100 per. It's 100 per, not 1,000 per. Why am I thinking 1,000? It's 100 per. So if we do 100 per, and then 100 per, and then 100 per, whatever. Anyway, you could figure out the math. Good morning, Nicodemus. How you doing, bud? Hope you're doing well. Listening in while working sounds great. Sounds great. Yeah, we're just going through the stats over the last couple of months. So yeah, wealthiest player on the PvP server, only 15 gold, compared to the wealthiest player on Krivia, almost 3 platinum, and over 3 platinum here on Rel. That's pretty good. This is, it seems like a lot of money, like 2 platinum for players that have only played and only are like level 20 or under, or even 30 or even 40. 2 or 3 platinum seems like a lot. By the time you hit level 50 plus, don't worry, that's easy to get. It's not easy, right? You will have it, though. If you're playing especially a fighter or a rogue or a monk that don't have a lot of skills that you have to buy, you will be easily hitting this. I think a buddy of mine has over 3 platinum right now, just from like randomly looting stuff. Like, he doesn't even sell stuff. He just randomly loots and gets coin. And we'll talk about that again in a minute, because the economy in the game, oh my gosh, it's crazy. It's actually in my opinion, a very, very bad place and needs to be looked at. Topps trade skills. What I loved about looking at this, right? There's one thing that I pointed out to myself when I actually looked at this, is one person in particular, right? You look through all of this, you might see the same names. I see this name, Mimisi here, Mimisi here, Mimisi here, Mimisi here. Where else is she? Got to be on here again, probably. But Mimisi is also on the closed server. Fantastic person. Always giving out stuff to new players. Always crafting for new players for free and helping them out. Fantastic person. Love me some Mimisi. I actually helped them out the other day. They were like, hey, can anybody transfer an item for me, etc., whatever. And I was like, yeah. I was just standing at the bank in the West Bank area. And I was like, yeah, I'll do it. And they were like, okay, you're gonna recognize the character to trade it to. And it was Mimi B. I was like, all right, yep, I got it. Is it me is it music too high? I can turn it down, yeah. I apologize. Thank you for letting me know. Nick. But yeah, Mimi C is a fantastic person. If you get into the closed alpha, look for that name, add them as your friend. I mean, I'm telling you all to do this. They may be like, no, don't do that, please. They'll help you out. But sorry if the music was too loud. I apologize. Thank you for letting me know. Mim is a gym. Absolutely. Yeah. Mimi is absolutely a gym. Fantastic. Love it. There was another player in a previous playtest that I really liked, and I can't remember the name. If I saw the name, I would absolutely see it and just be like, that's the person. But they were constantly in town giving out Speed of the Wild and other buffs and just sitting there, and they were role-playing it so well, and I loved every second of it. So yeah, perfect. It was drowning out the mic a bit. Much better. Yeah, I apologize. I don't ever know anymore. Like, I just turn a knob over here. So let's move on. Level distribution. So we had a majority of level 2 players. Over 5,000 people made it to level 2. Great job, everyone. 4,000 people made it from level 1. Okay, so they had made a new character. And then 5,000 made it to level 2. This was an interesting stat, though, because you look at the high-end players. Let's look just right here on the PvP. Is it Haradrel, I believe is how you pronounce it. Only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people made it above level 30 on the entire server. That's nuts. It seems like level 30-ish, 35, that's a huge cutoff point. Like, you start hitting the hell levels at level 20, I believe is the first one. And then 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. You don't get one at 50, surprisingly enough. But you get one at 51 through 60. Well, through 59. 51 through 59 are hell levels. And those hell levels get worse and worse and worse. Somebody told me, or I don't know how true this is, so don't quote me on it, but somebody told me that the hell levels at 51, every level after that goes up by like 40% more XP or something. I don't think it's that much, but it feels like that sometimes. But either way, it is a lot. So like, if it is 40%, that means every 3 levels you're going up 120%. So level 51 is the equivalent, or level 53 would be the equivalent of 3 level 51s, basically, right? Like, that's nuts if you think about it. It plays in your head too. Wait, what? Nick hates his own games? Oh, theme song. Oh, you're saying Nicodemus hates his own theme song. I could hear. I could never hate Roberts. Yeah, the music is great in this game. I love it. I love it. We can crank it up. I can crank it up again if you want. Don't worry. I don't mind. I like to listen to it. I actually have a couple files on my computer of the saved music where I just let it run the entire way through. I just like sat in a zone and let it run the entire way through just to pull the music out. I think we can get these in MIDI files though, can't we? Does anybody know if you can actually download the MIDI files somewhere so that you can just listen to the music? I don't know if they've made that available or not, but I'm sure somebody knows how to do that or rip it out or whatever. I would love to have those just to listen to, man. Love it. Overall totals. So let's see. Petitions. Oh, this was another really cool statistic to read. 892 petitions opened and 889 petitions closed. So all but 3 petitions were closed that opened. What? With an average claim time of 20 minutes. That's nuts. So total resolution time. If you petitioned within 30 minutes, it was resolved. According to the devs, right? Now, you may not have felt it was resolved, but the devs felt that it was resolved within 30 minutes. That's awesome. That's some fantastic customer service right there. I want to give a huge shout out to Trent for that. I know that Trent is like their only current GM or whatever. Like that's his role. Other devs still help out with petitions, of course, but Trent is like the main guy right now. So huge shout out. That is fantastic. Many may be invalid, so they solve really quickly. That's true. That's true. Many may be invalid, but the point is that people petitioned and GMs responded. Whether it's a valid complaint or not a valid complaint, they responded to it within 30 minutes and were able to close it out so that it doesn't get backlogged, right? If petitions get backlogged, then they have to go through every single one of those until they get to the ones that are not invalid. You got to keep up with them, and they did a fantastic job keeping up with that. Good morning. Good morning. How are you all? All right, let's move on. Petitions by category. So what do we have? Other GM assistants. Okay. I guess that could be stuck. That's another thing about this too, is like getting stuck in the game. You can actually /stuck. I don't think a lot of people know about that one. /reload, pretty common. Everybody knows about that, I think. But /stuck, you can use it once every 10 minutes, and it moves you to a previous point. very good feature to have in a game, especially in alpha. I actually got stuck last night in some spider webs when I was running around. Could not move. /stuck got me out. I was able to go perfectly fine. So didn't have to petition. So it's definitely use that skill or that ability or whatever, that command. Definitely use that. I don't know if it's going to be in the game though. Maybe Nicodemus, since you're in chat, maybe you know. I don't know if it's going to be in the game for early access or not. I think that it should be, but maybe on a longer cooldown. But /stuck doesn't move you very far. It moves you like 5 feet, right? It doesn't move you far at all. So it's really not abusable much. I'm sure there's ways that you can abuse it, but anyway, moving on. Petitions by time of day. Okay, so late night. This is until what? 1900 is what? 7 p.m. From 7 p.m. until 10 p.m. And then the next closest was here at 1 to 2 p.m. or 1 to 3 p.m. That's shocking, actually. 1 to 3 p.m. Eastern was when they had a lot of issues. Weird. On the first day of trying the last playtest, I thought my quest bugged. Was just me being dense. Yeah, it happens. For me, Trent helped me out within 5 minutes. It was super nice. Awesome. I love it. You know, I have a funny story about that. I think I'm allowed to talk about this on the closed server because it's not anything relevant to content, right? But on the closed server, this happened one day. My buddies and I were all fighting. We were killing stuff in a certain area, and I died. I swear to you, before my screen reloaded back in town, because I was bound at the West Bank, before I reloaded back in town, Trent had sent me a message, and he goes, "That was crazy how you all just wiped there." And I was like, dude, what is happening here? Like, are you watching us? He was basically standing watching us kill some stuff and effectively laughing at us as a fear spell killed all of us, right? It wasn't the fear that killed all of us, but a fear spell went off and my entire party of 6 people died. It was great. I'm like, Trent, really, dude? Really? You're going to pick on me about this before my screen even reloads? Anyway, love me some Trent. Trent's a great guy. Great guy. He was there with the popcorn. He absolutely was there. He knew what was going to happen before it happened. He absolutely did. Response times by time of day. So response times, obviously, at 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. were longer. Wow, shocker, guys, that they're not working through midnight. But they still responded, which is great. Like, that's what's crazy about this, right? That's what's crazy. We had majority of petitions happening at this time frame from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. And then even some here, like this is actually the third most. So basically from 7 p.m. until 1 a.m., we had a lot of petitions. They were still responding to them in a timely manner when I'm sure some of the team was asleep, right? At least some of the team at this point was asleep. Happy Monday. What's going on? How are you doing, Seminole? So yeah, that's still great to see. Average claim time was here. So yeah. Good to see this. This is obviously when they had majority of their devs available, right? And fewer devs available. I mean, it just makes sense. It just makes sense. I'm guessing right around here maybe is where Sean woke up and logged in. Sean and Ollie probably somewhere in this area, being over across the world. Because this is probably, I don't know what their time frame is. I know that Sean's in Germany. And he streams sometimes in the afternoon for us, which is nighttime for him. So by the nighttime for us, it's morning for him. So somewhere in here, he was waking up and getting his morning coffee and being like, all right, I'll answer some petitions. Trent, go to sleep. I don't know where Trent's located. My sleep hours are 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Wow. Really? You only get 4 hours of sleep a night, Nicodemus? You know, they say people that don't get a lot of sleep, like people that have your sleep hours, right? They get a lot more done. They're more productive. I mean, maybe. I've always heard that wake up early, get the day done kind of thing. But for me, I love my sleep. And you won't know this when early access comes out because I won't be sleeping. But I love my sleep. Last night I was in bed by 9 o'clock. I was like, nope, I'm done for the day. I'm getting in bed. I'm gonna watch a show. Watched the show for a little bit. I was asleep by 11 for sure. And then I woke up around 7:30 or so. So I get about 8-ish hours of sleep a night, which is, normal. I do lay in bed sometimes for a little bit longer. I was doom scrolling this morning. Don't do that. Mostly I've been doom scrolling, though, on Monsters and Memories Reddit and then on the Monsters and Memories Discord. That's like my morning routine now. I wake up, instantly get on my phone, and I just start scrolling to see if there's anything new with Monsters and Memories. I'm not joking about that, by the way. Like, I literally do that at between 7:30 and 8 o'clock in the morning every single morning. That's how I start my day. So if I'm in a good mood for the day, there's probably good news in Monsters and Memories world. If I'm in a bad mood, there's probably some bad news. Okay, let's move on to past the statistics. Those were fun. I really love looking at these. But let's move on from that. These are some added things from the last couple of playtests, things that may also have been added into closed, and some of these things you may not have seen yet. So this is a really cool section of this. Monster Memories Discord and Reddit has found its way into my toilet routine. Nice. I wasn't going to go that far with it, but hey, ditto. We all get on our phones, right? In the mornings, we're going in the bathroom, we're doing our morning... We're making our coffee. We're all looking at our phones. We know what's going on. We know what's going on. Yeah, most likely March sounds like. It does sound like it's going to be March, yeah. Based on what Sean was saying, it does look like it's going to be March or later. It doesn't look like we're going to get into beta testing until January. However, what's good about that is when they go into beta, I suspect they're probably going to do an open test for beta, right? Hey, this is our open beta test weekend. We're going into beta. Everybody come check it out. This is officially beta. I suspect that's going to happen. So I think we need to be looking for a January open test weekend or possibly few days, 5-day test maybe. I don't know. But that's just my guess. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think that it's going to happen before the end of the year because with the holidays coming up, I personally don't want them to run any sort of test between like December 20th through the end of the year. I want them to spend time with their family, do what they're going to do with that, right? Even through the first week of the end of the year, because getting back and getting things moving after the holidays, it's rough. Many of you, I'm sure, work in the corporate world. You go through the holidays and you're off. Out of the 2 weeks at the end of the year, you're probably off like most of those days. Out of the, I guess, 10 work days, you're probably off 8 of those. And then you try to get back into the new year, and it's like, oh, I need more coffee. Anyway, character art and concepts. We're getting off on a tangent here. Weathered leather armor set added. We got the Night Harbor cloth armor set added. Night Harbor plate armor set added. Wood Elf leather armor set, Wood Elf cloth armor set, new Elven helm, Fire Giant. This one right here is super cool. If you guys have not seen this Fire Giant or the Spectre, oh my gosh, dude, they are so cool. New transparent LERP shader created. What is a LERP shader? We have any art people here that know what a LERP shader is? More dervish versions added. We saw these on Sean's stream. If you watched Sean's stream recently, the dervishes, they have like crystal dervish that was in the new area that Sean's working on in Glass Flats. Looks really, really cool. They even textured it like the black crystals so that they are black crystal dervishes. Looks really, really cool. Is a Spectre like an elite mob or like a boss mob? No, the Spectres are just regular mobs. You can actually find them out in Shallow Shoals. There's a whole island filled with Spectres. They're also going to be apparently in this new area where Sean is building in the Glass Flats, the crystal, the black crystals that shoot up out of the ground, that area apparently is going to have specters in it. But yeah, you can go see those now if you go to, well, whatever playtest you can get into, go to Shallow Shoals. There's a whole island filled with specters. They are just normal mobs. They're really cool looking, though. They're like flying skeletons, effectively. Like they move around, their cape flows. I think there's a picture of them down here. You'll see them. Human skin retexture touch-up. Nick showed this on his stream, and everybody made a big point about calling out the little happy trail, because he added some chest hair, but they also added some happy trail down there. New zombie skins added. That's good because zombies, kind of generic. Making them look a little bit different is good. Work on Dryad. Okay. A variety of deep-themed and future model NPCs concepted. This is Goblin's work, I believe. I don't know if all of the concept art is Goblin, but I know he does a good bit of it. So we'll look at that here in a second. Gods concepted. Ooh. Are we going to be able to fight the gods in this game like you could back in like EverQuest? That was some of the most fun. Like, I wasn't a big fan of Planes of Power, which I believe was when you were killing the gods. But back in the Velios era, they had a couple of gods in there, and that was fun to go and fight those. In addition to the dragons and the giants and the dwarves that you could do. But yeah, that was really good. Deep Elf, Dragon Crusader, and other armors and weapons concepted. Wow. Let's see. Can we look at these? Oh, nice. We can actually get a larger screen. Can I zoom in on this? No. Okay, let's look through these. That's some good looking armor. I like that. This is a really cool robe. I love seeing... So something that I always hated about EverQuest, because I played an enchanter in EverQuest, was that your robe took up all of your gear slots. So if you look at something like this as a leather set, right, you can see the bracers, the gloves, the leggings, the boots, the helmet. You can see like everything. But then when you go with a robe, it basically takes up all of your slots. So your robe defines how your character looks on a cloth class, like on an int caster class. And I always didn't like that because the robes weren't always awesome looking. So I want to see more detail in the robes. The only thing you can see here are the boots and the gloves, maybe the wrist. But yeah, hopefully we start seeing some more stuff that we can kind of incorporate other pieces with that. Like, I don't think the robe should include the hood. I think, and it may not in this case, I think that the hood should look different. And then the robe itself should have its own graphic. This is what, chain armor? That looks really cool. It looks like a dragon scale almost. This is what I'm excited for. Killing dragons and getting some like dragon scale looking armor. And then this is plate, I'm guessing? Is this plate armor? That's some cool looking armor though. It doesn't look like plate. It looks more like a leather, but very cool looking. Okay, how do we get out of this? Little X here. Khazak Thul. Yeah. Yeah, like some Khazak Thul looking stuff. Oh, this looks really cool. Look at this. Is this a cloak? A cloak made of like vines and leaves? That looks awesome. This must be the elven armor that they're talking about up here. New elven helm. It's got to be the wood elf leather armor set. Is that what this is? That looks really good. Really like the armor. I'm guessing that's armor that we can wear. Yeah, this is all armor that we can wear if you can find it. You gotta find the drops, or you gotta craft it, or whatever. I'm assuming this isn't just NPCs. But I mean, a lot of NPCs in the game drop the armor that, like, if you see a robe on an NPC that you're fighting, it probably drops it. If you see a helmet, a lot of times if you see shoulders, and if you see a weapon, you can actually get those items. So and sometimes you can see like boots on them. So yeah, if they're wearing it, you could probably also wear it. Oh, look at these. Is this the elven? This is the new elven helm. But it's for all the different races. Look at that. That looks really nice. This is what my guy would look like, because I'm playing a dwarf right now. I don't know what I'm going to be when the game actually launches. We'll have to see, but I like that. This really reminds me of like Lord of the Rings style elven armor. Really nice. Here's the fire giants. Look at this. Look at this guy. He's huge. Well, I mean, I say he's huge. He could be tiny depending on what he's standing next to, but I could just see my dwarf standing next to him, like down here, maybe shin high. Oh, look at that, dude. The fiery red beard. Oh, it looks so awesome. I love this. And then this is at night. His beard glows at night. Oh my gosh, dude. This is what I love about the art in this game. People say, oh my god, the art is so bad. The art in this game is amazing. It's just lower poly count, right? A lot of people are used to looking at, or they want Unreal 5 graphics. You know, we want the newest, most realistic looking graphics. I don't. Realistic looking graphics fade very quickly over time because they can't make them real enough. If they could make them obviously very perfectly real, then it wouldn't fade because it's perfect. But over time, like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, you're going to look at it and you're going to go, man, that looks terrible. You know, we have better technology now to make those more realistic. But this type of art doesn't fade. It just doesn't. Cartoons, like look at animes. You could watch Dragon Ball Z 20 years ago and you could watch Dragon Ball Z today. And it still looks awesome because it's just their art style. That's what I love about it. High fidelity art causes other issues too. Yeah, it does, yeah. And it takes longer to make. I don't know, man. I think that some of this stuff takes a long time to make because they're actually going in and texturing. I don't know anything about art. I'm not an art person. But they're going in and actually texturing and shading and adding those fine details by hand on every little piece rather than telling a computer, hey, I built this model, shade it for me, right? I don't know how many people actually do that or how many big companies do that, but I've watched the developers. You can actually watch streams of this where they are doing, I believe it's ZBrush does a lot of that on his stream. You can watch him actually shade the different pieces and add in all of this different stuff. It's awesome. Oh, here's the Spectre. Look at this. So you have a Spectre with the skeleton. So it's like a floating, flying skeleton. And then you have a Spectre without the body that's like an enclosed with just the glowing eyes inside of the hood. And then this is what it looks like animated. I guess I can't zoom in on that anymore. But golly, does that Spectre look amazing or what? That looks so good. Looks so good. We're working on Deep Gnomes. More on that soon. Oh, is this the Deep Gnome? Is that what that is right there? Interesting. Okay. I don't know what's going on with are these glasses or are those its eyes glowing? I don't know. If folks watch ZBrush and Zukin's stream work, they can see how long art actually takes. It takes a long time. I watched one of them. I don't remember who it was, ZBrush or Zukin. It's probably ZBrush. I think that's the one that I've watched more. But yeah, I watched one of them, and you know, it was like a 5-hour long stream or something. I don't remember. And they were working on the same character the entire time. I don't think they ever moved off of that one character trying to add shading. Like the model was finished. They were just shading it for like 5 hours. Of course, they were probably chatting with chat and stuff like that during that time. But yeah, they put a lot of time. These new dervishes, these are the ones they were talking about. These are so cool. Like a bone construct dervish. And then you have just a weapon dervish. This is what I want to see. Nick, maybe you can make this happen. Maybe you can get this to the devs somehow. We need something like this with clerics. Clerics don't have a pet like the druid and shaman, right? And I don't think they need one. I'm not a big fan of druid and shaman even having a pet. However, if druid and shaman are going to have a pet at level 32, I think the cleric should get an animated weapon that they can cast and it just appears. Maybe you cast it and it appears and only targets the one thing that you targeted on, and when that thing dies, the animated weapon goes away. That's fine too. but an animated weapon. That would be awesome. What is a dervish? This is a dervish. So basically like a whirlwind of something is a dervish. So it could be like a whirlwind of weapons, a whirlwind of bones, a whirlwind of crystals. That's a dervish. A lot of times they're like sand dervishes. You'll probably see those out in the dunes area, way out. You'll see sand dervishes. It's just like a whirlwind, but it's like it's just made out of sand. You pass it along? Yeah, absolutely. I think we need that. Shamans have always had pets at later levels, though. They have, but I feel like shaman and druid. I mean, this is obviously all my opinion, guys. So don't get all mad at me about that. But I think that shaman and druid should be a companion, not like a pet, in the same sense that an elementalist, beastmaster, necromancer have. They should be doing less damage, take less, have less health, but they should boost them in other ways. Having a companion might heal you or add a regen spell, something along those lines. It would be my thing. Being able to, like, with the shaman, maybe you have the wolf companion. It's supposed to be, or at least it was previously in other similar games, and I'm not trying to compare it to other games, but it was like a spirit companion. That's the whole thing about a shaman, is they commune kind of with the spirits and stuff. And I believe that's how they are in this game. I'm just talking about shaman lore. But they would have a wolf like companion that is actually a spirit. And they could take control of it. And that would be really cool if you could take control of it and use it to run through areas, make it maybe unseen by enemies or something. Kind of like Eye of Grom, if you remember that from EverQuest. That kind of thing where you could use it to scout around. I think would be really cool. But anyway, people love to have their pets, and that's fine. I just don't think that those two classes need them as much as the other classes, because they're just not built around those. This new zombie skin looks really good. Look at that. This face. That looks so cool. Missing an eye. Looks fantastic. Ooh, look at that. These are awesome. A 3-headed dragon? What is this, a sandworm? Is this a sandworm? Okay, now I'm scared. Here, let's start from the beginning. Hang on. Let's start from the beginning. We'll look at these in bigger, a little bigger. That 3-headed dragon. This is like it's like a hydra basically, but it's like a water hydra. It's got like a fins. That looks so cool. Wow. Shamans become the best pullers? I don't know. I doubt it. I like the idea of spirit familiars. I think that, and I think that wizards actually have familiars, don't they? But yeah, like a little familiar would be cool. Like a little sprite that could appear and it lights up. I think that a druid familiar that's like a little sprite that they have that glows would be awesome. Rather than a bear. People are going to be like, no, I want my bear. I want to keep my bear. I get that. I'm not saying that they should change it. I just think that little sprite would be awesome for like a light source, like a wisp. Yeah, like a wisp. That would be really cool. If druids could summon those, or a wizard. I mean, a wizard should be able to summon that. I think that elementalists should be able to summon light sources that they can give to players. Maybe they can. I don't think they can they? I don't think they have that ability, but an elementalist summoning a light source, an elementalist staff should be a light source. Like their epic weapon, if we ever get to see what the concept and things for epic weapons are, I hope that the elementalist has like a flame or something at the top of theirs that glows. All the Zelda fans are getting excited. That would be awesome, yeah. All right, let's move on. This looks awesome, dude. These are like the drow. What are they called in D&D? Oh my goodness, I'm drawing a blank, and I shouldn't be drawing a blank. But yeah, like the drow, they worship these. That thing looks really cool. Love it. A slave goblin and a cave. That's a cave goblin from before. That wasn't a. They kind of hinted that it might be a deep gnome, but it looked like a cave goblin in that previous picture. These rats look really cool. Oh, yes. Thank you, Haas. What is this thing? Is that like a spirit that's going around with like a head, like a Cthulhu type spirit? D&D, yeah, Drider, yeah. And then Lolth was the god of the Driders, right? Or the goddess, I guess, of the Driders. I would say the Drow don't have much of a choice in the worship part. Yeah, probably not. I didn't look like a goblin in the other picture, though. It didn't look like a goblin in the other picture, but it looked almost exactly like this, but the profile of it. So I don't know. This worm, dude, I hope we see some sandworms in the future that they just pop up out of the ground. I hope we see that. You're running through Sungreet, or you're running through Shaded Dunes, and all of a sudden this sandworm just pops up and attacks you. Oh. And it needs to be scary, too. Like, if they could add some sort of visual effect to that actually comes up on your screen, I don't know, people may not like that. But I would love that. A worm pops up, and then, like, sand gets covered all over your screen. Like it just popped up in your face. Oh, my gosh. Can we ride them? I mean, I'm all for some Dune style. What are these? This is like a flower creature? Wait, what are they called? The brains in D&D? Is that what this is over here? And it's got like the whole... Okay, this is too cool in my opinion, right? This is not just the brain, but it's the entire nervous system. That is so cool. Wow, I love that. This hulking whatever the heck this is, that's got to be a raid boss. Oh, wait a minute. This thing is going to hide underground with his nose sticking out, and it's going to look like a really cool flower, and then he's going to jump up and attack you. I hope that's what that is. Yes, Intellect Devourer. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, Intellect Devourer. That's what this is, but with an additional nerve system attached to it. Mushroom people? The Myconids? Yeah, D&D Myconids. Not sure if that was a mushroom or not. This one doesn't look too much like a mushroom. It looks more like a flower, but I could definitely see Myconid in this, right? I definitely see that like a flower version of the Myconids. That would be a really cool, like a whole town of those. That's like a neutral town. You could go in there and raise your faction or kill them and lower your faction for different things. There's a lot of faction stuff in this game. What is this? Like a hulking zombie? Dude, look at that thing, man. It would crush you with those. I hope this is a giant hulking zombie. Oh, man. If this thing is like 20 feet tall, that could be a whole raid zone just filled with zombies. And at the end of it, you could have like an undead skeletal dragon or something along those lines. Oh, man. That would be awesome. I'd love that. What is this? It's like is this thing supposed to be cut in half like this? What? Frankenstein monster, Necro tinkering. I hope, please. Oh, dude, that would be awesome. Necro plus tinkering mixed together to make like a Frankenstein. Oh, or Frankenstein's monster. Oh, that would be awesome. This thing looks really cool, though. Yeah, some of these look freaking sweet, dude. These are in the game. I think these are just like the wasp-type creatures, and they're in the game. I don't know if they have a faction to them. They probably do. And this looks, big here, but they're only about, I don't know, half the size of a dwarf maybe, or maybe even smaller than that. I think those are in the game anyway. Maybe they're not, because these are all concept art, so maybe these aren't in the game. I've seen the wasp, right? And this looks like a wasp-type creature. There you go. There's your Myconid flower-looking thing, how it walks around, looks like a flower. Wait, is this... This would be a halfling, maybe? This thing would be huge. A human would only be like up to here, like halfway. This thing's like 12 feet tall. Dude. Oh, we got some Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles going on over here. So you got a whip He does have a whip and an axe. He's dual wielding a whip and an axe. These things are going to have crazy armor class if you fight them. Oh, look at that. They have different shells. This one kind of is rounded. This one's pointed. And this one's got a double horned shell. Turtle race would be cool. Yeah. Playable turtle race win. I mean, I would totally. I never even thought about that being a race. But that would be an awesome race. And I think that its ability that it should have, like its starter ability, should just be bonus armor class. Right? Like a 5% armor or something. Or just a 1% armor class would be good. Because if you get 300 armor plus 4 armor, you know, a free 4 armor from 400 armor class. That's obviously at high levels with really good gear. There's the Froglock race. I don't know what they'd be called here, but this was Froglocks in EverQuest 2. What were they called in WoW? No, those were like those weren't Froglocks. They were like fish people in WoW. Very similar though. Creatures lycanthropy in general would be cool. Dude, yeah. Were creatures and stuff, yeah. Were bears. Dude, they could do a whole expansion or module based on were creatures. You could have were bears. You could have werewolves. You could even throw vampires in there if you wanted to go that way with the lore. Or you could just have were hunters and have 3 different factions. And they all fight each other. And you can either befriend the faction, do quests for them, or you could fight the other faction. Like, you could just... however you wanted to do it. That would be a really cool concept. Murlocs. Yes, the Murlocs were from WoW. That's what they were. Were-rat, werewolves. Throw that turtle in there. A were-turtle. That would be an interesting one. All right, and we're back to the beginning of those. Wow. Those are really cool looking. I like that. What is this thing? The heck is that? It's like an ant mixed with a goblin, mixed with a water. Is this like a water goblin? The heck is that? Dude, look at this. It's got like a Cthulhu looking face. Cthulhu goblin, yeah. Dude. I like these weapons. I could dual wield some of those bad boys. That'd look really cool. This isn't a trident. What would you call that? So 2 is a bident. 3 is a trident. 4 is a fork. I guess. What's 5? A candelabra? I don't know. I don't know what that is. A quintent? Maybe. Oh, dude. Has anybody seen, what was that movie with the sand creatures that pop up? It wasn't Dune, but the other one, Trimmers. That's what these look like, are the little trimmer things. That's what this looks like. Oh, dude, I would love those as a mount. Goblins on trimmer character, or trimmer monsters. Oh, that would be so cool. That's so cool. All right, these are going to be the gods. Okay, so this is going to be like the goddess of life. I don't know what the different gods are called. Let's look. Here, let's go to Rel. Patch required. Okay, we can't do that. Hang on. Let me go to the test server real quick. Just to create a new character so we can look at the faiths. So, I want to see what these would be. So we have Goddess of Traverse, War, Harvest, Death, Fertility, Inspiration, and Plagues. So I wonder what these would be. I don't know. I don't know what that one would be. This looks like a god of knowledge almost. Like trying to study an egg. Stick with the cats. Well, there's dogs too. There's dogs. There, you see? Little puppy dog. I want dogs. This has got to be like the goddess of death. Right? Got to be the goddess of death. Look at that thing. Or disease, maybe? If there's a goddess of disease. Looks like Nurgle's wife. This is like, what, celestial? It's like some sort of celestial goddess? The goddess of the moons and stuff? Oh, dude, what is this? This is like Anubis right here. Anubis was a jackal, cousin to a dog. That's got to be like Anubis right here. Like an Anubis type god. That's Plague, you think? I mean, it would make sense, yeah, with like the little... That's a rat? Okay, yeah, I can see rat with the tail that it has. I can see rat for sure. Yeah. Goddess of what? Harvest? She's got some wheat. Oh gosh, what the heck is that? If this becomes a fightable monster, a floating, flaming, demon-looking goblin head with all these people, oh my god, god of insanity, maybe. I mean, they're definitely going. A fear spell was cast, right? A fear spell was definitely cast on these adventurers down here. This is the god of spider webs. Good morning, good morning. How you doing, Cool Breeze? What is this? I don't know a god. I mean, this would be like Lolth, right? Like the Drider goddess, but in her human form. Would be the closest thing that I could think of to that. All right, so that's moving on from that. Ooh, weapon concepts. I love it. I love it. It's got to be like a two-handed giant sword. Two-handed glaive right here. Dude, if this weapon right here, this like hook, I don't know what these are called. If these weapons don't have a proc that like has a knockdown effect on it, I don't know what to say. I want to see more of these too, like a cestus. And that is that how you pronounce it? Cistus or cestus or something like that. More monk weapons. There is a monk weapon in the game that looks like a claw, but monks can't use it. How bad is that? Right? My fighter can use it. But then there's another weapon that is called like a claw, but when you actually use it, and monks can use it, it looks like a dagger. But then they have like this Wolverine-looking claw that monks can't use. Like, what? Beast Lord item? I mean, I think Beast Lords can use it, but I think it's anybody that uses slashing weapons. Although the claw that monks can use, I believe, is a piercing weapon. So monks can, in fact, increase their piercing skill with that weapon. This shield looks really cool, too. I'm hoping that, like paladins, I don't want them to get a fiery Avenger type weapon. I don't want their epic to be a sword, because it's been done so many times. I would rather see them get a cool shield that like glows, maybe has like a holy smite proc on it or something. Whenever they block damage, they do damage back to the enemy, or maybe has a clicky heal effect on it. Those would be really cool. A flail would be cool too for paladins. I'd be cool with that. I want to see for the Shadow Knight a big two-handed weapon, like a two-handed scythe on a Shadow Knight would be a really cool epic weapon, I feel like. Cementing them as defenders of the Holy Aura. Yeah, that's what I would like to see for the paladins. Making them more of a holy defender, and then have the Shadow Knight have like a big scythe or something along those lines for their class. And then the fighter probably just stick to the swords or you know, dual wield weapons, or even a big hammer or something would be fine. Yeah. The skull flame shield and WoW looks crazy. I don't know why I thought of that now. It's so iconic. There was a skull or a flame shield, kind of a skull flame shield. It had like a face, a dragon head on it in EverQuest 2, and it was one of my favorite items that I ever got. It was an epic quest weapon or style. It was like this really long quest, and anybody that could use a shield, all the tanks anyway, could get this. Really, really cool item. Every time the shield blocks, it does an AoE heal. I mean, yeah, sure. Or just a percent chance when you block to do an AoE heal. It would be very similar to that of monks when they use their Celestial Strike ability. It can heal the entire group. They could make it very similar to that, but on a paladin, and it would fit thematically, and it would not be overpowered because they already have it on the monk. So absolutely, they could do that. What is this? It looks like a paddle. Long grass. Okay, I'm glad that you wrote that in there. What is this? Like a slingshot, but on a staff? Not sure how you would use this weapon. Looks like an old, like, martial arts style weapon. Those look really cool. The Bulwark of Azzinoth sticks out in my head when it comes to WoW. Okay. Would add more aggro AoE for Pally? Yeah, I think that Pally AoE aggro will eventually be the best. I think that that's going to be something that they're going to shine at. Is they're going to be able to heal themselves, keep their party alive, have that AoE aggro through heals. I think they're going to really shine at that. And I think that's what they should shine at. And then they should also have things where they can block for party members. Like if other party members are within melee range and something tries to hit them, they should have a chance to block for them. I think that would be a really good, assuming they're using a shield. If they're not using a shield, if they try to go two-handed weapon, nope, no block. But if they're using a shield, they should absolutely be able to block for their party members. Fantasy Lacrosse, that is like what that looks like, yeah. That gold armor, it looks really cool. I mean, it's concept right now. But this is, yeah, Paladin versus Shadow Knight gold armor. I mean, that's just a guess. I don't know if that's what this is, but that looks really good. Wizards are the masters of melee. I mean, they are in this game, right? Wizards do melee in this game. This looks really cool. You know what? Okay, I'm going to say it. This right here, what is popping out in my head right now is Elementalist. Give Elementalist a special type of armor that, like, can be on fire, depending on the pet that they have out. This is way beyond what I think they're going to do with Monsters and Memories. But depending on the pet they have out, their armor reacts to that and changes elemental form. So this could be like a red fiery armor when they have a fire pet out, and it could look watery when they have a water pet out. Dude, that would be so cool. Dragon Scale armor. ZBrush was working on this. This is Dragon Scale armor. Is that what this is actually going to be called? I like that it's got the under armor too, and then the plate armor on top. This looks really cool. I love it. Love it. Or is this Dragon Scale armor? Is this the Dragon Scale you're talking about? This looks really cool too. Wow. Epic class armor, big quest for different pieces. Yeah, epic class. And you just, or just one long quest and you just keep getting different pieces as you go through it. They are going to have epic style quests in the game. You're going to at least get one item by the end of it. They have officially announced that, I'm going to say. Nick has talked about it. I think Sean's talked about it. Several people have talked about it. So they are going to have those, but they might do full-on armor sets that you get, which would be really cool. I think things like the Paladin and the Fighter getting armor sets, I think that would be really awesome. However, one thing I don't like about that is if that becomes the best armor and you get this armor set going up, then it takes away going out and exploring the world and fighting bosses and crafting. It takes away from all of those other aspects because you just want to do the main quest line. So that's why I don't know that they're going to end up doing that in the end, because it would take away a lot of the exploration and just killing of other bosses and gaining loot in other ways. So I think it should be limited to 1 or 2 items per class. And it could be, though, a helmet, a shield, a weapon, a belt. I think that monks should be getting things like belts or headbands as their epic weapons or epic items. I think that melee classes, like an archer, should be getting a bow, but then a rogue should be getting a weapon. but then something like a paladin should be getting a shield. You know, like mix it up a little bit. Really, that's what I think that they should do, but we'll see. That was awesome. I love looking through all this art. Wow, man, we're taking our time going through this. Like this is, whew. It's gonna be a really long VOD over on YouTube. I'll put it up there. I don't know how many people actually watch it, but we'll put it up there. Animations. All right, so we got some new Wood Elf animations. Several animated emotes. We've got kneeling, looting. Okay. Spectre animations, idle animations for both combat and non-combat, plus twitches. Fighting animations for several speeds, scythe swings, casting sequences, death sequences. Updated rat and bat animations. Cool. Shark animations, swim, chomp, and die. Ogre. New attacks for the ogre and the iconic butt scratch. Oh, I love it. New dwarf and goblin combat emotions. I'm excited to see the dwarf ones. Human combat. This is something, by the way, where people say that this game looks like EverQuest, and it's not even as good as EverQuest, some people say. The animations and the rigging inside of the characters and NPCs in this game are far beyond anything that they have in EverQuest. So far beyond. So to say that this is even remotely close to EverQuest in that sense is just, I don't want to use a mean word. I'm trying to think of something not mean to say, but it's just not true. I want to use things like idiotic and moron and stuff like that, but that's not what I want to say, because it doesn't make you stupid. It just makes you not know. Right? Bear sit animations. This one's actually really cute. I remember seeing that one when I kind of scrolled through this. And Mycothane? Mycothane. Is that like a myconid? Is that what we were talking about earlier? Death, idle, and run? You haven't seen Shark? Well, we're going to take a look at it right now here in just a second. So we got a waving animation. Cool. Bowing animation. These are all for the elves, I think. Cheer. And then a crouch of some sort. These were all the first ones, right? Yeah, the wood elves. All right. Oh, wow. What is this one? Death? Kneeling loop. Swimming, death, and drowning animation. Okay. Oh, here's your specters. These things look so good. I recommend going and checking these out at your earliest convenience. Be careful. They are not low level. Shallow Shoals, you can go to Shallow Shoals and run around a lot in Shallow Shoals at low level, but be careful because certain islands are going to have some really deadly NPCs on them. Look at that. That's like moving forward. He's coming at you, dude. If I saw that thing flying at me, I would be very scared. Very scared. Okay, so that's his idle and then attacking animation. Okay. Attacking animation. Oh, nice. Look at that. It's got two different directions. I hope that armor for Shaman has a visual representation in bear form. At least chest. It would help. Yeah, it would be awesome. Yeah. May evoke EverQuest, but it's far more complex and skeletons, animations, even eye color palette. Yeah, it's so much better than EverQuest. Anybody that says that the game looks like EverQuest has not actually looked at this game much. They look at it at a glance, and they are remembering from a nostalgia what EverQuest looked like back in 1999, and being like, oh yeah, at the time EverQuest looked amazing. Anyway, we're gonna move on from that. We can compare this game to EverQuest all day, but it's not EverQuest. It actually is very, very different. Very similar in ways as well. Look at that death animation. I hope it doesn't sound like that. I hope it more sounds like a whisper. I can't even do it. I can't do stuff like that. Like it sounds more like a mouse dying. Anyway, January early access, is that gate behind an invite, or is it just purchase, download, start? So Ben, It's not going to come out. Early access is not going to come out in January. I'm just going to go ahead and spoil your day now. It's not going to happen in January. It'll probably happen in February, March, probably looking at March right now. But when early access hits, it's going to be a download, $15 a month subscription fee, and play. No invites, nothing like that. It's going to be download and play. It's free to download, so there's not going to be any pay and buy the game for $50, $60, whatever. It's not going to be anything like that. It's just going to be a $15 flat monthly fee. Maybe with taxes and applicable fees. I don't know. $15 a month though, to play the game. Cancel whenever you want. Fact that you can even make a character now. Yeah, you can make a character now. You can actually go here and make a character. If you download the game, here, let me get out of this. You can actually go and check all the different classes and races that are available at this point. And you can create a character on the server of your choice and have it ready for whenever the next update happens. So that's the music you hear in the background is literally the game. But you can't log in unless you have closed alpha access. You can log in on like the Rel server, Krivia server. You can log into it and walk around in this like town type area. It doesn't have any NPCs. You can't do any type of there's no UI. You can just kind of walk around a little bit. And so you can kind of sort of play it or see what it's going to look like. Does this have the update stats thing? The Rel server does have the update stats. Yeah, so like these stats right here are all the updates that you can see on the Rel server. So yes, you can go and see what the updated stats are if you want to see what they're going to be on the Rel server if you choose that one. I don't think Krivia or Haradrill has the updated stats, but Rel does. I did the last open alpha, just interested in when I can log in and there's no restart. That's going to be sometime, it's still Q1 of next year, but it's definitely not going to be in January at this point, according to Sean. Sean had a stream a couple of days ago and said early access January is not happening. So that's not going to happen, but yeah. I thought they changed it to be upwards of 50. Has it come down from that? Yes. So originally, Nick made it way too high because he just wanted, quote, get the ball rolling. And he put it where the maximum was 50 and you had like 10 points or 15 points or something to choose from. Now the maximum is 27. Yeah, 27 is the maximum you can do. You have 8 points, and then each class and race has different values. So if we go to Dwarf right here, we go to Dwarf Fighter, that's this. If you change your class, it changes the values. But if I go to Fighter as a Dwarf versus Fighter as a human, you're going to see different values as well. So your class and race combination play a role in those starting attributes. Crazy high and 10 points to spend. Yeah, it was way too high. They actually, so Ollie was going to put in an update or like put out the update for the closed server, noticed the numbers and was like, whoa, we can't do that. So they stopped it and then updated like a day or two later. So yeah. We can still create characters. Yeah, you can log in and create characters specifically on the Rel server. You can log in and see the actual stats that are going to be available for all characters come next open test. You will be able to go to your class trainer and re-roll your stats one time. So make sure you do it right, but you'll be able to re-roll your stats one time for no cost. You can just go to your trainer and click the reassign attributes button, and it allows you to reassign your attributes. Oh, wait a minute. We didn't look at these. There's an idle animation, running animation, sprinting animation, I guess, and a sit. Nice. I like it. I was about to say, what happens to existing characters? Yeah. I will say this, though. Existing characters that... And they may fix this before the next open, so don't expect this to be like this. But if you had... So, like, right now, if I go Dwarf Fighter and I go to my major combat trait, there's a lot fewer major combat traits because it doesn't have things like the Dwarven major combat trait in here. It doesn't have the Gnome Slippery, the Goblin Bribe, the Human Tenacity, Ogre Smash, and Wood Elf Hide. Those are no longer part of the major combat traits. You just get those as part of that class. So now you're going to choose one of these. If you chose one of those on your character when you made it previously, you just lose out on your major combat trait for now on the closed server. But I'm hoping and assuming they're probably going to fix that before the next open test, in which case you're going to be able to pick one of these and have whatever your racial ability is. Because every single race, I think even Halflings, I can't remember what Halflings had. Every race, though, has some sort of bonus racial ability that it gets. So it's fair across the board, just depending on what you want. Anyway, we got some new rat animations. Okay, I like these. Oh, dead rat. Here's the shark. You said you didn't get to see the shark. So the shark swimming, shark attacking, and then shark dying rolls over, which is normal for a shark. I've watched Shark Week a lot growing up, and I'm pretty sure if you roll a shark over on its back, it basically becomes paralyzed. Is that how that works? Interesting. New ogre slashing animations. Wait, what? Oh, he's doing like a sweep. See, this is why I want ogres or Shadow Knights to have a scythe. Look at that. Like, that would be such a cool attack with a scythe on a Shadow Knight ogre. Oh my goodness, I would love that. And then a slash going the other direction. Awesome. And then the butt scratcher. Butt scratcher. All these new animations look cool. They do. They look awesome. I'm loving these animations. Absolutely. Okay, we got dwarf. So we just have one new dwarf animation, and it's a bash animation. That's cool. I like it. Bash animation with some goblins. And then an overhead two-handed weapon animation. Like that, like that. What do we have here? Okay, single weapon slash, side slash, and then a jab. Okay. See, it's cool when they have this, right? If you're using a sword, you can slash, slash, and jab so that every round of combat, you know, it looks like you're actually doing combat. Whereas in, like, EverQuest, it was literally, you know, like, that's all it was. Very basic and bland. So having these animations is really cool. Look at that beard flow, that bash. Yeah. Yeah, the beard just kind of... Oh my gosh. Coca-Cola, you need to work with Monsters and Memories, and we need to have a commercial. A Coca-Cola winter commercial with the Coke Bear and Monsters and Memories. Can we have that, please? That would be awesome. Coke has now sponsored Monsters and Memories and given them a couple $1 million. That is an adorable bear. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute. Monsters and Memories, devs, Sean, Nick, Ollie, owners, you three should give out Christmas cards with this bear on it that says, Merry Christmas. Thank you for playing in our recent playtest. And send it out to everybody that played in your recent playtest. I would love that. Or Happy Holidays from Monsters and Memories. Oh my goodness. Oh dude, here's a Cthulhu monster. Dude, look at that thing. That is cool. And he's like using his not levitate ability. He's using his levitate ability, but his telepathic ability, right? Telepathy ability to have his weapons. That is amazing looking. Now, With this might be a concept, but it's animated, which tells me that it's probably in the game somewhere. Telekinesis, yes. Telepathy is mind to mind, and then telekinesis is mind to object, right? This tells me, Sean has talked about this a couple times in his stream, there is a whole water dungeon that is not accessible to anyone but the devs right now that they're going to be putting into the game, I believe at early access. So when early access launches, it's a whole dungeon that no one's ever seen before. I bet you this is going to be a monster, maybe even a boss down there. Dude. You couldn't wait to play Pantheon, but this game has taken the hype from me. Yeah, I love it. Can't wait to play again. I'm right there with you. I love Pantheon for them trying to be old school and trying to do that, but I loathe Pantheon. We're not going to use the word hate. I loathe Pantheon for how they have gone about it over the last year. They've lost me as a customer. I mean, they gained me as a customer. I gave them money, but they've lost me as a customer otherwise. Going forward, if they come out with something amazing for 1.0, I might play it still, but I don't think that 1.0 is in the cards for them anytime soon, if ever. Let's go swimming. Right now, I don't want to go swimming in the ocean, and I live near the ocean. That's why I don't like going in the ocean. Things like this exist. You don't think they do, and then you see something pop up on some nature show like recently discovered last Wednesday. This creature down in the bottom of the ocean. You're like, what the heck is that? How have we never seen that thing before? Dude, these look awesome. I am so excited for these. Oh, wait. It was this one and then this one and then this one looking right. We didn't see the death animation. Look at that. Everything drops at once. Everything drops at once. I love that because his mind powers, boom. I hope that these creatures have a mesmerize ability and a charm ability. Specifically a charm ability. Like if they can charm a PC and that PC then goes and attacks the other players. Dude. The vastness and scope of the ocean is terrifying, even for someone who was in the Navy for 8 years. It is absolutely terrifying, and I was never in the Navy. It's so scary. So scary. Gonna kill so many characters. It will, and I'm gonna love it. I'm going to love it. This thing is going to dominate people. Oh, look at these new rat type creatures. Dude, those look cool. I love that. Looks like Splinter before he got old. Splinter if he was a warrior. Love it. Oh man. Just came back. What mob is this? Looks awesome. All of these look awesome. These are this is my favorite part of the entire document so far. These are sweet. All right, we've made it to environment art. We are halfway done, by the way. Halfway done with this. There's so much content in this update. Thank you, Sean, for posting all of this. This is awesome. Environment art. Continued Night Harbor finalization work, continued Night Harbor High Point Terrace District. I've seen some of this stuff, by the way. It looks really cool. It's still a work in progress, but some of the new stuff looks really cool. Vale of Zintar finalization work, continued work in Scarwood. Scarwood is coming along nicely. Very cool stuff going on there. Continued Keeper's Bite polishing, including new Evershade Weld facade. I need to go check that out. Finalized textures in Grimtide Sanctum. If you haven't checked out Grimtide Sanctum, I'm not going to tell you where it is, but it's cool. It's a very cool dungeon. Very hard to find. We might go to it in the next open play test. Maybe. If I get to high enough level, we'll go to it and check it out. I meant to ask, is Monsters of Memory doing any content creator program? Not that I'm aware of. Nothing that they have told me about, other than I am able to play in the closed alpha. That's all I'm going to say about it, because we're not supposed to talk about the closed alpha, like as far as details of it. So yeah, I know that there are several content creators that are in the closed alpha. I've seen them run around and play. I don't know If they're talking about that they're in it or not, I don't know. But I've seen some people in there. So that might be their only program that they're doing right now, is they're helping get a few of those people in to see the game a little bit more. Probably so we can make more content. Once they allow us to make content, we have the information to do that. You're not able to stream when you play it right now? No. We cannot show anything in the closed alpha. Anybody that's in the closed alpha, they're not under an NDA, a signed NDA. It's more of a please don't share this information with anyone kind of good faith gesture kind of situation. I assume if you start doing that and they don't like what you've said, they will just take you out of the closed alpha. So just don't do it. Is kind of where they're at with it. Closed alpha is under NDA. It's not. Yeah, it's not under. There is nothing that anyone has signed legally binding them to not say anything. It is literally just a don't show it. If you are in a closed alpha with another player, then they say, yeah, you can show them screenshots. You can even show video on Discord or whatever. Closed within those people, if people want to see it that are in the closed alpha, they love that. I'm actually in a couple of I'm in a guild in closed alpha, and they have their own Discord site where we share a lot of information with each other, but it's a closed Discord server. So that's basically how it works right now. That may change come beta. I don't know. Like when they release beta, that might be why they're pushing beta out so much. I would love if during beta they said, hey, you can now stream it, you can now talk about it more, etc. I don't know if they're going to do that or not. They have not said anything to me about it or anything to anybody that I know of. Small tweaks to Rothold Module 1 dungeon. Oh, wow. There's several Module 1 dungeon things here. Look at this. So there's early access dungeon. That's one thing. Fallen Watch. Fallen Watch, by the way, for those that don't know, is the giant green castle off in the distance that you all have seen. That's Fallen Watch. That'll be something that they add for early access that no one has seen prior to early access. So even on the closed servers, the closed servers and the open servers are the exact same content, by the way. There's no difference in the two. So anything that you can see on the open server is available on the closed. And if it's on the closed server, it's available when they do the open server. There's no difference. So like this Fallen Watch, never seen it other than the big green castle. But that'll be out in early access. And then Module 1, they're already working on Module 1 zones. That is awesome to see. I've heard Module 1 a few times, but what exactly is a module? So Module is going to be the first quote-unquote DLC. It's going to be free as long as you have a subscription to the game. But they're going to release early access. That's going to last for a few months. Then they're going to release Module 1, which is going to add new zones. I believe Module 1 is also Deep 1 or D1. I think those are kind of coinciding. They're together. So you're going to get the deep zones, the deep races are all going to happen during the Module 1. It might be like Module 1 releases, and then during Module 1, you might get those deep races and deep zones. I'm not sure. But it's basically a DLC, effectively. Just their next big content patch. Yeah, it's going to be a content update. And they're going to be doing those periodically going forward until they hit 1.0. So early access is going to be what we have now, plus a few additional zones. Module 1 will add a few more additional zones, new races that we can play, and then new areas that we can go to, new monsters to fight. And then they're going to keep doing modules basically from that point forward until they release 1.0. And then it's going to be 1.0 release with probably new stuff again. Upgrade to Crest 5 and re-implemented it throughout existing zones. What is Crest 5? Is this a Unity thing? I think this is the Unity thing, right? So this is like the Unity lighting system, maybe? Does anybody know? Module 1 is their first expansion. In terms, comes with D&D. Yeah, like D&D modules. It's module, hence you can get stories together for your campaign. So it's modular. Yeah, there you go. Very good explanation. Thank you. Added storm clouds when it rains. This reminds me, I was playing a VR game the other day, and these storm clouds kept floating right in my vision, and I had to keep grabbing them and throwing them away. Anyway, waterfalls now look more waterfall-y. I would agree with this. They do look more waterfally. New herbalism nodes added. Awesome, awesome. Added various armor sets as props. Okay. Step stools added for gnomes, not for goblins. That's funny. Signs and other 2D assets for Night Harbor. Okay, so more signs. This is actually really nice. Getting around a Night Harbor as a brand new player is cumbersome. It's really rough. So that's nice that they're adding more signs. You know, hey, the bank is this way, the inn is this way, whatever. It'd be nice to see that. Added Fallen Watch and Plagueborn props. Ooh, I'm excited for Fallen Watch. Really excited to check that out in early access. Added props for Fields of the Lost. Very cool. I think Fields of the Lost is actually a zone you can get to now. I don't know that I've ever been there, but I think you can zone into it. I just don't think there's anything there. Disenchantment table added. Disenchanting is a rough skill to level right now. Classic furnishing updated. Added Elven furnishing. And then Fairy Village prop added. What is this? Oh, this is some of the new Night Harbor. This is new Night Harbor stuff. So this is going into the arena, I believe. I think Crest is their new water. Is Crest the new water system? Okay. I have literally never left Night Harbor or Wormsbane, so I'm super excited about all of this. Awesome, dude. I didn't know that, Cage. That's awesome that you haven't even left that. You've been to one zone, basically. And then Wormsbane, one dungeon, one major zone, and one dungeon. That's it. Man, you are in for a treat when you start to explore more. This is a new building in Night Harbor. No, this is the Mage Tower in Night Harbor. So it looks different than what it used to look like. Awesome. Oh, at nighttime. This is the Caster Guild. Yeah, when you actually teleport, I think from the tower, this goes, I believe, into the. I can't zoom in much, but I think this is like the Caster Guild area, I believe. This is where like EQ Guesser is going to be an Monsters and Memories Guesser in the future, right? You're going to have vision like screenshots like this. And you're going to be able to like, oh, where was this? Oh, this is the Night Harbor docks area. Specifically, this is like where the, maybe the Pale, coming from the Pale Tower is kind of where I'm sitting looking at that direction. That's kind of what this is. Monsters and Memories or Pantheon, who got the best chance to make it? Monsters and Memories. By far has the best chance, in my opinion. Like, obviously, it's all my opinion, but Monsters and Memories is much farther along and has a much better plan to get where they want to go. Usually explore in a new game, but I really like this game, so I wanted to find a class I could create and not do my usual Altaholic stuff. There you go. Yeah, absolutely. Are debuffs in Monsters and Memories static or have a % chance to break early? Debuffs in Monsters and Memories are what you would call static. They have a certain specific duration, but you usually have some sort of cure. So you can cure disease, cure poison. There's a dispel magic if you have like a fear ability on you or a mez ability on you. Those are dispel magic. So usually they're a set duration. I'm not going to say that for everything. Certain things might fade early or something. We're not going to go into a lot of detail there, but for the most part, debuffs stay on you for the duration. They're not permanent, though. The only one that's kind of permanent is rabies. It's not permanent. It's just really, really, really long. This is the Sojourner's Camp, between the Sojourner's Camp going up, I think. No. That's not the Sojourner's Camp. This is out in Shaded Dunes. This door right here is going into Ancient Crypt, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what this is. Ancient Crypt door. So a slow on NPC will always last X minutes. So it's a Gina timer again. Yes, a slow will last the duration. Once it's on, the slow will last for the full duration unless it is dispelled by another NPC. Yeah. Glass Flats sounds pretty. Glass Flats is not as pretty as you think. It's more like Salt Flats, but it does have some really cool crystals, and it's getting a lot of work right now. A lot of work. Oh, this is the giant city. Have you guys seen this yet? So this is an actual giant city in Vale of Zintar, I believe is where it's located. And you can actually go up in there and walk around. I think it even has merchants and stuff inside of it. I haven't been super deep in there. It's a high-level area. I believe the minimum level of giants is in the 50s or maybe late 40s, and they go all the way up to level 60 in the giants. Some of the named giants are level 60. Very cool area. Oh, look at that fog. This is what we need, or like... So, Sean talked about this in a couple of his streams, but specifically in his last stream, that weather effects will tell you... will have like certain enemies. So when it's raining or when it's a sandstorm, those kinds of things, certain enemies might appear. I would love to see fog monsters or more undead come out during the fog. So if it's like fog during the daytime, you might see certain types of enemies. Fog at nighttime, other types of enemies. Like, I would love to start seeing some of that stuff. It'd be amazing. A fog monster, though, oh. Like a monster, like, ooh, vampires could come out during the fog. I mean, they don't have vampires that I know of in the game yet, but oh my gosh, that would be awesome. Is the only time you see vampires is when there's like a really heavy, dense fog, and they're causing it? Oh. Secret rep merchant, locked till you get better rep with them. They do have that, yeah, Cage. They absolutely have that. They already have those in the game. With the Ashira, specifically, if you gain faction with the Ashira, you can go into Telekir and interact with merchants there. If you have high enough faction to buy certain things from them, you can buy an Ashira illusion off of an Ashira NPC. So you can become, if you've seen anybody walk around in the open alphas with that has an Ashira illusion, or they look like an Ashira, it's because they have gained faction with them. You also have quests specifically to the Ashira if you raise your faction with them. Yeah, faction is a big deal in this game. So if you see something, if you fight something and you get a faction hit, stop and figure out why you got that faction hit. And if you want that faction hit, you may not want it. Look at those mountain. That mountainscape is awesome, dude. Oh my gosh. That is amazing. This goes up to Undead Drakes, I believe. This is in Fallen Pass. And if you keep following this, it goes up to the Drakes. Some of you probably have heard about Kungan. He streamed this over the 10-day, or he played this over the 10 days. I don't know. I think he streamed it some. But yeah, he was fighting the Undead Drakes up here on his Necro around level 37, 38. And then they get even higher farther in you go. Look at that bridge way off. You can barely see it. That bridge way off in the distance over here. Some really cool places that you can get to in this game. Oh, the giants in the... This is Scarwood. This cave right here, I know where that cave is. But yeah, this isn't Scarwood. There's a bridge right here that goes across to the giants. And there's a whole cave system in different things. That mountain screenshot reminds me of Bob Ross painting in 3D. It does, yeah. Absolutely does. Man, I love looking through all of this. Look at that, dude. That is a Bob Ross painting right there. That's legit a Bob Ross painting. This is in Keeper's Bite, I believe, where the boat comes in. This is the boat coming in right here, and then you have elevators that go up into the town right here. This is from the top of an orc stronghold or tower off in the distance. So over here to the left is the town that's there. This is all Red Mantle guards in this town. and they're still working on it. And then over here, farther to the left, is how you get into Evershade Weld. And then if you go over this way to the right, that's how you're going to get into Vale of Zintar. And then kind of between those two is how you get into Scarwood. So really, that's a really nice shot that's showing you a vast difference in the world. You have like the green areas in Evershade Weld and Keeper's Bite. You have the mountainous area of Scarwood, which is kind of a deserty, mountainous type area. You have a desert area of Vale of Zintar. And then you have down here, if you actually get on the boat and go out here in the water, is Shallow Shoals, which is a whole water area. So people that are only like, oh, there's only one biome and it's desert. No, there's 4 biomes. There's grasslands or tree forest lands. There's desert, there's mountain, and there's water. Not including the dungeons that you can get into. So, very cool. How big is Monsters of Memory World compared to Pantheon? Monsters of Memory's world is much larger. Well, let me put it this way. Monsters and Memories. So Pantheon has what? Thronefast and oh my god, I can't even remember the names of them anymore because I lost track of all that. They had what, 6 zones, right? One of them was a dungeon. So they had 5 overworld zones when last I played. Now they have an additional dungeon zone, which is the barracks or whatever. Black Rose Keep, I think. Monsters and Memories is land mass wise, I would say probably 3 or 4 times larger than Pantheon on a just land mass wise as far as zones. But as far as population within those zones, easily 10 times more content to do. Easily 10 times more. I mean, you have dungeons that I can think of off the top of my head are going to be Wormsbane, Ancient Crypt, Grimtide Sanctum, Telekir. Trying to think of what else is out there. Those are just 4 dungeons that are that would be similar to that of the 2 dungeons in Pantheon, right? And then you have large, massive zones. The Night Harbor alone is Thronefast times 2 or 3, right? It's literally Thronefast, but it's like 2 or 3 or 4 Thronefast together. It's just massively much bigger. Much bigger. This is inside of that same city or town that you just saw, inside of whatchamacallit, what we were just talking about. Keeper's Bite. Another view from inside looking at the bridge over here. This goes off into Evershade Weld, this direction. Sungreet is infinite. Sungreet is actually not that big compared to some of the other zones. Fallen Pass is massive. Like, there's so many places you can go in Fallen Pass. And Shallow Shoals might be the largest zones. Shallow Shoals and Vale of Zintar are probably the larger 2 zones. They just go on forever. Forever. Sungreet is big, though. It's very big. I want to go to Telekir so bad. I love that the map they got posted in Discord. So well done. That map is amazing. It absolutely is. Kudos to the guy that made it. I forget his name off the top of my head, but very well done on the map. And everybody that contributed. I know there's a lot of people that contributed to that, getting them information. That was a fantastic map. This is... Wait, no, this isn't it. Yes, it is it. This is my favorite... This is my favorite place in the entire game, and I was talking about it with Nick the other day. I think this is it. This is definitely it, yes. Oh my gosh, guys. This is amazing. I was literally on Nick's stream like a week or so ago. He was talking about something, and we were playing at the time, and I was like, Nick, I just hit my favorite place in the entire game. This is the room. This is literally the room. But we were up here, back in this area over here. This area is so awesome, guys. So awesome. I can't wait for you all to see it. You have to get a key, actually, to get into this room. Very, very cool. This is another image of the same dungeon. And just shows you, like, you have different ways you can go, different doors that you can go into. Another area of the same dungeon. And this is another area of the same dungeon. I'm not even going to tell you guys what the dungeon is. It's just really cool. It was my favorite. It's awesome. If they take this dungeon as inspiration for future dungeons, we've got something special here. Absolutely. I don't even know where this is. I don't know where this is. Have no clue. I mean, it looks like the same dungeon that we were just talking about, but I don't know where in that dungeon it would be. This looks like the same, if you were standing on this platform looking that way to the left, is what this looks like. Look at that. That is awesome. This might be the dungeon that they haven't released yet, that's going to be part of early access, and they're just showing screenshots. Wow. You should let, is it Chinny know? He worked really hard on it. I mean, I will absolutely let him know. That's my favorite dungeon. That dungeon is by far my favorite. All the cool stuff you can do, the NPCs, the items that you get out of there, the flow of the dungeon is great. I say flow. Nick knows what I'm talking about. It's just a fantastic dungeon. There's some low-level dungeon I've seen posted in some places, but it's no longer accessible. I don't know of any low-level dungeon that's no longer accessible. Do you know what the name of it is? Look at that, dude. This looks so awesome. Oh my gosh. I wanna go and run around in here. I could just see like Myconid type creatures. It was like Urim or something? That'll make Chinny's day. He really went back and forth on the style of that area. I will talk to him. Absolutely. I'll let him know. Absolutely. Does Chinny stream or does he not stream? I'll have to send him a message or something. Oh, this is the underwater dungeon. That's exactly what this is. He has in the past? Okay. Caves of Urim or Deep Dunes. I've not been to those. I have not been to those. So if those exist, I don't know of them. There is a dungeon that a lot of people don't know about, and that's the Grain Cellar. Grain Cellar is an awesome little dungeon. It could probably house 2 groups at level. Very, very small little dungeon, but it's on the wiki, so not sure about how outdated it is. But yeah, I don't know. Looks awesome. Can't wait to explore it. I can't wait to explore this either. This is all new to me. It looks like it's going to be an underwater dungeon, though. You're going to be swimming around. Think like Kedge Keep from EverQuest. I'm scared, though, of these underwater dungeons. You can't meditate underwater. You can't sit down, so you can't meditate. So you would have to bring in like a bard, enchanter, mage for that mana regen. You have to have them. Oh, look at that. It's like a little lamp mushroom. Man, if we could... Oh, my gosh. When they add in housing... Well, they have housing, but when they add in more housing stuff, I want to be able to harvest these mushrooms and craft a lampshade mushroom. Or a mushroom shade lamp. Important tip there. Is it that... monsters are going to attack you because it's dark as crap down here, and if you don't stand in the light, they're just going to come from all over the place and attack you? That's the tip that I'm getting. Wizards will not be favorable in there? Well, that's the thing about wizards. Wizards have ways that they can actually regenerate their mana by using an ability that they just regenerate mana over like 10 seconds. So wizards might be really good. Cannibalism on shaman, yeah. But you know what, Nick The one with the meditation. I was just about to say, Nick, this might be where you can actually go and sit down underneath here, like it's protecting you from the water around here. That would be awesome. Long cooldown. It is a long cooldown. Yeah, it's like a 5-minute, maybe 10-minute cooldown. But they also have their own mana regen that stacks with enchanters. So wizards can have like up to like level 60, have like a 6 mana per tick regen. To my knowledge, it stacks with enchanter regen, and it stacks with mage regen with their water pets. They can get like 30 mana a tick or something. Standing mana regeneration. Like a crazy amount. It's 10. Wait, 10-minute cooldown? Is that what you're talking about on the wizard? Yeah, that is probably that. Yeah. When I had a druid in my group, I was pretty regularly topped. I would use my ability, sit, and druid would innervate. Yeah. Yeah, the whispers. The druid whispers ability is, oh my god, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. That's why I think Nick is trying to add in some sort of mana regen to clerics, which is what he's been working on recently. I don't know if you saw some of his streams, but that's because druids have whispers and shaman have cannibalize. Cleric has nothing. So he's trying to find a way to add in more mana regen to clerics, and he has added that into the game. But right now, paladins also get it. And it makes paladins really, really strong because now they have standing mana regen. So it really helps paladins quite a bit. Druid Whispers has similar cooldown to... Yeah, the Druid Whispers, I believe, is also like 5 or 10 minutes. I think theirs is 5 minutes. The Wizard one might be longer. Necros have a similar mana dump too. Yeah, and then Necros have their own mana. So a lot of them have mana regen. Cleric needs one, I think. Because I think Shadow Knight... Does Shadow Knight get the same one that Necros get, just lower level? I can't remember. Shadow Knights are so stacked right now. They are so stacked. Oh my gosh, dude. I could look at these pictures all day. I'd rather see them in game, though. Much rather see them in game. Where is this? This guy adventuring... Is this in Scarwood? I want to say this looks like Scarwood. And it's going to be like some sort of fort in Scarwood. That's what that looks like to me. I have mana on my party casters off in dungeons. Yeah. You don't think SK does? Yeah, I can't remember if SKs get it or not. Their own mana regen. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's got like a little this has to be another underwater thing, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what this is. This is a bridge. If they make us jump over this bridge, because they've done it before in zones that are in the game, you actually have to jump over a bridge to get to the other. You don't have to. You can actually go down underneath it as well. Not as safe, but yeah. A door to nothingness. Well, they have a door right now that you may or may not have seen in Sungreet. If you go into Sungreet and you keep from out of Night Harbor and you keep going straight, you'll eventually hit Glass Flats. But just to the right of the zone of Glass Flats is like a canyon, and inside that canyon has some high-level skeletons, like level high 40s, low 50 level skeletons, and some beetles and snakes and things. All the way at the end of that is a wall, but in that wall, it looks like there's going to be a doorway to a dungeon there. So, yeah. The slime ones? Yeah, the slime-covered creatures. If you go all the way to the end of that, there's definitely going to be a dungeon down there at some point. It looks very similar to like this kind of thing, where you just have like a wall, but it's got like a facade or whatever on the front of it with a doorway. So yeah. Wait a minute. Is this a concept for underneath the tree? Go into the tree, go down underneath into the deep zones or the Underdark? That's what I'm seeing here. There's some giant trees in Scarwood that could absolutely do this. And in Evershade Well. Oh my gosh. Maybe the door opens during a moon phase? It could, Cool Breeze. It could open during a moon phase. I need to check that. Because Sean did say that certain doors might reveal themselves. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. I'm always waiting for someone to fall into the pit in Wormsbane. Corpse run back. Wormsbane pit is rough, yeah. It's rough. I know how to get out of there now, but you fall into that pit, there's spikes, and then you run out, there's skeletons, there's spiders all down there. Like, falling in that pit is not good. Underdark ports, maybe. There might be some sort of deep ports for like a deep elf wizard maybe getting a port. And if a normal wizard wants to have that, a regular just everyday wizard, they're going to have to find a way down there to be able to buy that port spell maybe. That would be a really cool idea. Look at this tower right here. That looks awesome. What is this? What's going on here? This looks like a tower and then like a floating city or an upside down. Are we in the upside down here? This looks like the upside down. So yeah, mushrooms could go into the maybe mushroom circles for the druids underground. Yeah, that would be awesome. Like the Myconids type thing. This looks like an upside down city. Are we going to have a bat race that's all upside down? That'd be awesome. We need a /train emote, full choo-choo. Yeah, I don't know. Is there a yell or shout? There's a shout. That's just like a chat thing. If you /yell in game though, does that do anything? I don't know. Dude, these underground concepts look awesome. Okay, this looks like a vampire village. Dude, if they have vampires and lycans as two opposing factions, I'm going to be in heaven. It's going to be awesome. You can choose, like, you side with one or the other, do quests with them, kill the other one. Oh, man. That's going to be fantastic. A vampire city that hangs from the ceiling? I would be all for it. This is why I say it looks like vampire. It just looks very... what was that era? What do they call that? Victorian era? Oh my gosh, dude. Oh. Can't wait. Look at this. Wait a minute. There's your bridge. It's this going into a bridge going into this building, and it looks like this same concept right here. But this is like the ruins of it, and this is the concept for it. Aha. Gothic, yeah. Like the Underworld movies. Oh, dude, I love the Underworld movies. What is that? Is that like the face of the Dark Elf King or something? What? Could it be Dark Elf architecture for this world? Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm loving this. Very Victorian vampire themed. Are these going to be street lamps? Is this going to be a street lamp? Oh my gosh, dude. I'm geeking out over here hard. Oh! What is this? I don't understand what's going on here, but it's really cool. Does this thing like pop open into a larger building from a tent? Like this tent pops open? Is that what that's saying? I don't know what's happening here, but I want to know what's happening. Hey, it's the Smurf Village. Look at that. You got the lamps underwater. Oh, dude. Dude, I saw a goblin making that. I think it was just fancy tint. Okay. What is this? This is going to open up to this. And it's got like... Is this going to be like a water elevator? You go into it and it shoots you up to the top? That's what these arrows are telling me. It's a water elevator. Deep Gnome Watchtower? Giant pedal head? That's awesome. Oh, dude, look at this. This is their sky view or their sky map. I actually was able to get above the sky, the what do they call it? The whatever that's called, the dome or whatever they go. I was able to get above it. In Scarwood. And when you get really close to it, the entire world starts to move. It's crazy, or actually the entire galaxy starts to move around, and then you go above it and you can see everything. It's crazy. It's crazy. The arrows are a route to the glowing sphere. Take circle around the tower. Okay. Skybox. Yes, Skybox is what it's called. Thank you. Yeah, you can get above the Skybox right now in Scarwood. Work in progress. Oh, this would be like the giant lake in the underworld in D&D, right? I forget what they call that, but it's like the giant black lake that these sea creatures and stuff live in, and this is how you get around. It's like, yeah, dude. Because it's got to be underground because all these mites come from the ceiling. Tights come from the floor. Is that right? River Styx sort of thing? Yeah, kind of a River Styx sort of thing. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh, is this an ice zone? Great Cavern Sea. This is a whole zone we haven't seen. It's going to be an ice zone. Dude! Ice Dragon, right in the middle. Boom. Ice Giants. Boom. Ice Crystal Monsters. Dude. Mites are floor up, and tights are ceiling down. T stands for top. There you go. Thank you. Dude, look at that. You're going to be able to go to island. That looks awesome. I hope that when you get in the water, there's like a debuff you get, right? And the longer you stay in the water, it builds that debuff to the point where you could be frozen solid and take ice damage. I think that's an underground ocean. It's not an ice zone. I mean, this is the same zone, I think. Right? It's like this, but standing here. I mean, it might be, but this looks like an ice zone to me. Oh, man, this looks so cool. All right, here's your, wait, what? This is Fallen Watch. Looking at it from a different angle out in the ocean. The water in this game looks beautiful. Looks absolutely beautiful. They did such a good job. The way that it it's darker over here, and then it gets, lighter, and then it gets to the white when it goes up on the actual shore and comes back down. We have an aquarium near us. I live in Charleston area, so the Charleston Aquarium, and I go out on the water sometimes. We went on like a boat tour and stuff, and they explained the different colors in the water and why it does that. And actually, where I live, the water is really dark black almost in one area, and then there's a very clear line where it turns like a greenish blue, like a tealish color, and it's where the salt water meets the fresh water in the bay. And it's a really cool thing to see. And I love that they're kind of doing that here. This is where, it's the dark, the depths of the sea, and then you can actually see the bottom and the sand on the bottom, and then where it hits. It's so cool. Again, very Bob Ross. It is, yeah. Very Bob Ross. Oh, these are the rats that are in the game now. You can go here. Brackish water. Yes, it is called brackish water. You're absolutely right. Hang on one second. Let me clear my throat. Apologies for that. You can actually go here now. This is in Fallen Pass. These are the rat creatures that you can fight. There's a named that spawns right here. Actually, two named that spawn right here. One named spawns here is this placeholder where I have my cursor right now. That's a named. And then the other one right here is the placeholder named that then spawns and walks this way and goes over this bridge. Very long walk. But if you come here, you could camp this. This is a good spot for like one group. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 mobs right here. Like one group of anywhere. I would say not a full group. A full group would probably want to do this side and this side over here. But yeah, very good spot. This is a really cool area to get to, though. Rats everywhere. Holy moly. Okay, so if you don't know this, this is also Fallen Watch, where the lower level, when you zone into not Fallen Watch, sorry, Fallen Pass. I'm saying Fallen Watch. You zone in down here somewhere at the bottom of the screen, right? That's where you're going to zone in, and then you go up that ramp, and then when you go down the ramp on the other side, that eventually leads to this canyon down here, which goes to this green area here. The drakes we talked about earlier is up this ramp here. This is upper and lower Saman area. Very, very good area for high-level players. And this is all the rat area here. This place is awesome. Got to keep that rat population down? Yeah, we do. This is the area that Kungan was showing off. He was huge and said you could stay there for a lot of levels. Yeah. So Fallen Pass, you can start there in the high teens and level all the way to 60. Kungan was leveling specifically what he was showing off in some of his stuff is the drakes that are up this pathway right here. So you have Plagueborn that are down in this area, and really cool, awesome thing that happens here in this lake right here. Not going to talk about that, but this lake is special. It's Green Lake. And then up here in this area is one of the highest level, best areas in the game for high level players right now. All of this, like you could just come through here, and then all of this area over here, down in these like this stuff over here. There's more stuff back there, right? You don't just walk across this bridge and it just ends. There's a ton of stuff back here, more rats and things, all back in this area over here. How do you get to Fallen Pass? So you leave Night Harbor into Shaded Dunes and just keep going straight, and you'll run into Fallen Pass. And the Fallen Pass area that you're going to run into is down here. If you are in the other side, you can still get to Fallen Pass. Fallen Pass is a central zone, kind of. It's used to connect some other zones. So if you're on Evershade Weld, if you're an elf or a halfling in Evershade Weld, you can go into Keeper's Bite. From Keeper's Bite, go into Vale of Zintar, and then Vale of Zintar goes into Fallen Pass as well at the Ogre Village, the Pyramos Village area. So when you first go into Fallen Pass from Shaded Dunes, you go up the ramp to the Pyramos thing. There's another ramp just around the corner that goes into Vale of Zintar. So pumped for Eminem? Me too. This is making me more pumped. Ooh, more of that maybe underwater zone? Maybe this is the entrance to the underwater zone? I don't know, because this looks like it's all water here, but just like the mushrooms. That'd be cool if you come into this and you go down. This actually could also be in Keepers or in Evershade Weld. There's some cool looking areas like this in Evershade Weld. I never catch live streams, but wanted to pop in and say I love your videos and thanks for the VODs. Yeah, no worries. Looking forward to more Monster Memories. What guild are you? So right now I'm in a guild on the closed server called Rampage. And then on the open servers, I have my own guild called Eternal Chaos that I have with a few friends of mine. When early access starts, we're not sure what we're going to do. We haven't made that decision yet. And it's going to depend on a lot of things. Where certain guilds are going, where my friends want to go. I've got about 15 or 20 people that I've been playing games with for a long time, specifically MMOs. This group started back in EverQuest 1 days and has been playing games together since EverQuest 1. We played EverQuest 2, we played Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 11, World of Warcraft. We've all played a lot of these games together. So we might make a guild, we might not. That's the short version. But that looks really cool. This area is awesome. But thank you so much for the shout out and checking out my videos and stuff on YouTube. Really helps me out when you all do that. Absolutely helps me out because I want to keep doing this as much as I can. And the only way I can do that is with your support. So thank you very much. This looks really cool too. This is like, is this a village? I can't tell. Or is this just going to be like a backdrop? This looks like it's an underground water area in the deep zones. Man, this looks awesome. And then we're back to the first pick. Okay. Oh, here's the waterfalls, the new waterfalls. Look at that. How it hits the ground or the water beneath, and it just like comes up in a big plume. Like, oh, looks so good. You could walk over this little rope bridge. Look at that waterfall. Waterfalls look so good now. They look so much better. Okay, here's some harvesting materials. We've got some poppy. I think this is ghost poppy, right? I don't know. I don't recognize some of these. Oh, here's the new concept art for what did they say this was? Concept art for something specific. I'll be sitting around this thing quite a bit. Excited. So if they do this the way that I hope they do this, they have like racks of weapons, and you walk up to it and you do like /look, and you can, and it's like there's a various assortment of weapons, swords, etc. And you say like /take weapon or /take sword, you might get like an item off of that. It'd be really cool. This would be a really awesome low level starter quest for certain classes to introduce the mud system to them. Like, you know, oh, the let's say you're a fighter, right? And the captain of the guard tells you, hey, I need you to go get these weapons for our front line, blah, blah, blah. You know, that could be the quest. Go to the thing, and you have to actually go over here and type in /take weapons, take them back to the captain of the guard, etc. That could be a cool introduction. Brewing trade skill. They are going to have a brewing trade skill in the game. Yes, that absolutely is a thing. Would also be a nice display case. Oh, yes. Display case for weapons in your house once they add in more housing features. I hope they add in a lot of cool stuff that way. I'm more of the person that would like to see guild housing over individual housing. They did add housing, by the way, to Shallow Shoals. That was in the most recent patch with patch notes that we went over, that Nick went over on the stream. So that's a thing that's in the game. Fighter Quest and Evershade Weld has that. Do they? Okay, I haven't done the Fighter Quest over there yet. I only did the one in Night Harbor. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, I love that they do that. But yeah, all this stuff, being able to display your gear, having like mannequins that can display some armor would be really cool. Player housing is meh. Guild housing, I would much rather prefer, as long as your guild met certain requirements. I think guild housing would be an awesome thing. There should be an upkeep for it. And then you should be able to make like the guild housing should have larger homes. Did anybody ever play Meridian 59? So in Meridian 59, they had guilds that you could take over guild areas. And those guild houses were really cool. They were built into the world, and there was only like one of each. You couldn't have instances of each one. It was just really awesome to see. The only issue that I have with that is that I want everybody to have the same chance at something. And what's going to end up happening, even with the housing they have in the game, certain areas or certain housing is going to be prestigious, and players are going to want that, and they're going to be, real estate's probably going to end up being a thing in this game where, hey, I own this house. If you level up quickly and you buy out all of the houses in Night Harbor, you could effectively resell those to other players for a profit, right? It's a thing that could happen. I'm a little worried about that, depending on what they do with housing, because it could be really good, it could be really bad. Look at that. You can display your weapons again. Staves. Oh, I love this. This has to be some sort of display case that you can get. An axe and a bow staff. Ooh. This is awesome. A little alchemy display case. Oh, I hear you, but man, my small Acorn house in EQ2, was cute, small, was perfect. Yeah, I mean, I loved it, right? I love that kind of stuff. I had a house, we had a guild house and a house in EQ2, and I think it's great having all that stuff. But like Final Fantasy 14, when they put housing into the game, it sold out. Like you were on like a wait list to get a house, and it became a whole thing. They ended up adding more housing, and now it's easy to find a house, I think, in Final Fantasy 14. Except for certain places. But anyway, I don't know how they're going to do it. Master Wincog's Curious Goods. He finally got a better sign. If you don't know where this is like in the middle of Night Harbor area. When you're going from west to north Night Harbor, you're probably past this a dozen times and you just didn't even notice it. Unless you were an enchanter, in which case the enchanter quest takes you here. The bathhouse sign, that looks good. You may have also gone past this. You can get a buff by going into the bathhouse. If you go into the bathhouse area, they mentioned it earlier that we could get, you could cure rabies there, but you can also get a buff that gives you charisma bonus. There's also a pond in the game, at least one pond in the game that I know of, where you can swim around and get the same bonus and cure, I'm assuming, cure rabies there as well. I was wondering how they were going to handle housing monopolies. Have they said one per person or anything? As far as I know, no, they have not said anything about that. And you currently, I believe, I have not bought more than one house. I bought one house. To do that, you have to take the deed to the realtor, give it to the realtor, and then you pay 5 gold per month or whatever. I think it's 5 gold per 30 days. But yeah. Final Fantasy 14 had some drama with it because you needed to be there first to get the house. Me personally, I don't like that. That's the thing. That's what I'm talking about. With this game, it's going to be first come, first serve, right? If you want a specific house, it's the first one to get the 5 gold and spend it on the house. Getting 5 gold isn't hard to do in the game, but spellcasters are going to be kind of left out because for spellcasters, they're going to have to buy a bunch of spells, so them getting an extra 5 gold is going to be hard. Something like a monk or a fighter or a rogue or an archer, something like that doesn't spend a lot of money on getting all their skills is going to get 5 gold much faster and is going to be able to buy a house. You know, so it might end up being an issue. I don't know what their plan is in the future. Ultima Online housing introduction was a catastrophe. Dude, it was awesome. Ultima Online housing was awesome, but yeah, it was rough. Wizard level 16 spells cost you 3.5 gold. Yeah, it's expensive, man. It's expensive. One thing I don't like about this is what it reminded me of, these keyholes. When you use a key in this game, you have to put the key on your cursor, and then you have to click somewhere on the door. In some places in the game, you have to click on the key hole. I am not kidding you. So, like, you don't click on the door. You don't even click on this gray area here. You don't even click on the lower part of this black area here. You have to click on this circle area right there. I am not joking. You have to zoom in to click on that. It's bad. It is bad. I'm hoping it gets fixed. It was a feedback that I put in not too long ago. At the very least, it should be this entire mechanism right here. I think it should just be click on the door with the key on your cursor. But yeah, right now, a literal one is that the circular part of the keyhole. Anyway, moving on from that. These wanted posters. I can't wait to see some of these. I think this is going to be something where like cartography could come into play. This wouldn't be cartography, but it could be a similar kind of thing. But people should be able, especially on PvP servers, they should make wanted posters. And if you get the wanted poster and it says on there, you know, like last seen in Sungreet Strand, you know, kind of gives you near a hut or something. Like they could give you like a little hint, 1,000 gold reward or whatever, 5 gold reward, depending on the level or whatever. And they could say, you know, go find them. And you have to go and find that person. So very similar to that of like a cartography skill. Cartographer could say, found this really interesting place over here. Here's a map to it and what it kind of looks like. If you can find it, you might find treasure there. Do something similar with both of those things. And if you show up at that location, a dynamic event happens That would be really awesome if they implement that in the game. Would love to see that. Sketch artist skill, yeah. Sketch artist could be a skill, absolutely. Would love to see it. Be cool if you could inspect a wanted poster, and it could be a quest journal note you can get. Yeah, absolutely. I would love that. There would be PvP zones on the PvE servers, or is there zero PvP? So, PvE servers, you can still duel other players, and then you can go into the arena and you could do PvP fighting in the arena. I don't think, to my knowledge, they're planning on having any type of zone that is strict to PvP. Maybe sometime in the future, time will tell. There might be some sort of battlegrounds area, maybe. I don't know. But right now, it's just the arena and duels. They talked about arenas. Yeah, arenas they're already a thing. I don't know if they function, but they have at least 2, maybe 3 arenas in Night Harbor. Go find them if you can. I know where one of them is for sure. The second one, I think I know where it is. I'm not sure about 3. But yeah, there is a PvP server. Nowhere is safe in the PvP server. Kind of. Guards will still help you, I think, on the PvP server. This looks really cool, and this would be a cool concept for a raid boss, right? You have the tank tanking the raid boss, but let's say that it is a diamond golem. It's got really hard skin. You're trying to melee it. You're doing 1 damage, with your melee skills. Spellcasters are casting on a diamond golem, and it's just reflecting the spells back to them, so you're not able to damage it. What you could then do is maybe during the raid, this is all theoretical, by the way, but maybe during the raid, there could be orcs that are manning these trebuchets, and what would this be called? Like a giant crossbow of some sort? I don't know what they're actually called. But they could be manning these, and you have to go kill the orcs while somebody is tanking the giant diamond golem, and then somebody has to take control of this, shoot it at the diamond golem to crack it, right? And then you can actually cast spells on it for a limited amount of time, and you have to continue to repeat that process. That would be Ballista. Thank you. That's the name of it. That would be an amazing raid for this game, I think. Like, it gets everybody involved. You're killing hordes of enemies, and you're still focusing on a giant boss. I would love to see that. What housing would be most desirable, and why? I don't know. I don't know how I would do housing in this game. I just don't like the idea that it's A, limited, and B, it's like a first come, first serve, so the poop sock people, right? People like myself that have the time and the ability to do it, are going to be able to buy up the housing first, which is going to leave the casual player going, we get the crappy houses just because we play the game less, because we have real lives, because we have families, etc. That's something that I don't like. I don't mind that the game takes a long time to get to level 60. Play the game as much as you can. The thing is, you can always get to level 60 no matter how much time. But that housing, you may never be able to see or get that housing because somebody might just buy it before you get to. That's where I land on the casual versus hardcore. Hardcore players might see something first, get something first, earn something first, get the raid bosses, etc. But a casual player can eventually get to that point. I just don't like things that are completely inaccessible to players specifically because of their playtime. Don't like it. Let me just build a house on the water elemental island. Yeah, I would love to see player-ridden boats, but I think that could ruin a lot of the game. But a player-driven boat would be really cool. Or even worse, housing market players holding multiple houses. They want to re-rent to other players. Yes, that would be also a thing. The high playtime people that can buy up all the real estate and then they're just going to sell it to other players for outrageous prices. Don't like that. I'm just not a fan of that. In a video game. In real life, I mean, them's the breaks. But in real life, we have, we live and we die. So it gets moved around. In a game like this, you just own it for as long as the person is still alive, right? These are really cool concepts for the ballista. What is this? I don't know what this is. Is this like an ore? This looks like a glass blowing, like, make a alchemy? maybe? An alchemy table where you're creating glass vials? Looks really cool, though. I like it. Some sort of trade skill, yeah. Not if Blackstone gets their way. One property per account per server. They did say that there was going to be one host. Okay, I'm not sure on that. I know that you can own one. I've never tried to buy two. Some just assets for the different areas. Oh, I love this. You can have a little Smurf village in your house, maybe. That would be awesome. Enchanting table? I mean, it could be an enchanting table. Right now, it's an enchanting tome. I don't know if there is an enchanting table in the game, but this could be it. Yeah, absolutely could. Oh, I love the concept art. Look at this. Got a little halfling adventurer here. Goblin trying to buy an item. I don't know what this goblin's trying to do here, but this guy's trying to sell it to him, and that goblin does not look impressed. And then the a sad merchant over here, just like doesn't have much. Love it. Love it. Man, golly, we've spent so much time going through this today. I'm loving this though. Almost looks like a palace to create spells, or the place to create spells. Yeah, it kind of does actually. They are adding research into the game where you're going to be able to research spells and skills. Yeah. So that could be it. The disenchanting table, maybe it could also be disenchanting. Disenchanting right now is a book. I don't know what would you call it? It's not a tome, but it's like a little box, a disenchanting box, and you can put one item into it and hit disenchant. That's currently what it is. Cube. Yeah, I think it might be a cube. It's a cube? Okay. So yeah, that might be what it is, though. Patch notes earlier said it's disenchanting table. Okay. They did say that's what that is? Cool. So audio and music. So new sound effects for combat. Those sound pretty good. I think some of them are a little annoying, personally. But, you know, you guys be the judge. Make sure you get feedback in the game. If you like or dislike something, let them know. They love to hear the feedback. Will they change it? Maybe, maybe not. A new boat. Okay. New dervishes. We talked about those and showed some of those actually already. The water wheel. Okay. New long distance bell sound effects in Night Harbor. Custom house. This would be really cool. Do they even have a bell in Night Harbor that rings like at the hour? Has anybody heard it? I don't think I've heard it. But that would be really awesome, especially if you can hear it in Sungreet or Shaded Dunes, and it's just like a wong, you know, and it kind of like travels. But it doesn't chime on the hour. It chimes like 30 seconds after the hour because it's so far away that it takes it a few seconds to get to you. That would be really awesome. I don't know if they can do that or not. Water footstep sounds are now responsive to water depth. That's really cool. I wonder how that's going to work based on different characters. Because as a halfling or a goblin or a gnome running through water, it's much deeper than an ogre running through the same water, right? So to them, it's like a little puddle. But to the others, they actually have to swim through it. That actually is a thing. When the water gets to a certain depth, the short races have to swim through it. But ogres can keep running through it. Entering, exiting water via jumping or falling in now triggers splash sound. That's nice. New ambiance for the ancient crypt. I need to check that out. New tension music for all dungeon music playlist. Interesting. Okay. Randomization with silence gaps applied to dungeon music playlist. Oh, so between the different songs, there's a silent gap, and they randomize the length of that silence. That would be really cool in like an underwater dungeon or a dungeon that has a lot of water. You like during that silence, you just hear a dripping noise, like a bloop, bloop. That would be really awesome. New zone music for Grimtide Sanctum. New music for Phelan Drill. Okay. Sound adjustments to the perceived spatialization of sound effects and ambient sounds. All right. Is this where you go into a certain area, perceive spatialization? is that where you go into a certain area and it makes a sound happen? There's a couple places I know of in the game that do that. Shaded Bloom cellar creatures will no longer be heard above ground. So this right here is pretty big. If you've been in the Shaded Bloom Inn, you sometimes hear people fighting, and they've now removed that or changed that. I did see one of the dev mentions on a stream that ogres will be able to walk over places that gnomes will have to swim across. Yes, in Shallow Shoals, there's several places. Seems to be a balance for doors being the big characters. Big characters have easier mobility than yeah. So I can tell you a specific place. So there's a place in Shallow Shoals, a lot of places in Shallow Shoals where ogres, trolls, humans, all the tall races can walk through it perfectly fine. Halflings, gnomes, and goblins swim through it. Sometimes dwarves, depending on how deep it is. And then there's a place in Vale of Zintar where there is a hole or a cave opening in a wall that is big enough for the small races to walk through, medium races to crouch through, but I don't believe ogres can get through it at all. They would have to get a shrink spell put on them to get through it. So there's a couple places like that in the game. They're trying to balance that as best they can. So being a larger race will allow you to run through water, but being a smaller race will allow you to get through these little openings. It's really, really cool. But the thing is, it doesn't prevent you from going there, but you may have to get a shrink spell or something to be able to get in there. Bug fix for duplicate zombie sound effects. Okay, bug fix for certain spell sound effects triggering. Bug fix for bow attacks triggering and splash sound. Fixes for certain missing sound effects on player, NPC races. New mix for all game audio. And then audio slider setting now default to max for the new... Okay. And then wait a minute. We have, watch on YouTube, the Heart of Faelinger's soundtrack. What? Dungeon tension cues? How long are these? Hang on. Let me close that down. Let's listen. 6 minutes. I'm going to turn it up. That was awesome. Absolutely awesome. Holy moly. Wow. I need to check something here. I think my screen might be a little too bright. It is. So I probably would have made it look a little bit better doing it this way. Let me see. I would have made it a little too dark maybe. But it does look different. But there's something else I want to try here. We're going to try something. I'm going to add in an effect, and they might get mad at me for doing it. But let me see if I can find it. Okay. I don't want the echo effect. Let me find the other effect. Test. Test. It might actually be this. Okay, let me try something. How you guys heard, if you guys even heard that, but basically it's a hall effect. So like if you're in a music hall, that's what that effect was supposed to be. It might have been a little too loud. I apologize if I blew out your speakers. I did not mean to. But yeah, anyway, golly, dude, awesome. You can hear it. Yeah, it makes it sound so good. Like music to me is something that is always I am not a musician in any way. I've always wanted to learn to play all that kind of stuff. And I might actually, I'm thinking about teaching myself how to play the piano. But that's here nor there. But music has always resonated with me because of how music can make you feel. And not just the music, but like, I don't know how to explain it, but like listening to it makes you can make you angry. It can make you happy. It can make you sad. It can make you like all these different emotions just from the music alone. And then whoever did the cinematography for this and actually, did the different scenes, mix that in so well to make you just visually, you see something and then you hear it at the same time. It's just, so amazing. I love it. It's just so good. Piano is a very good place to start. It's one of those things where you can play that. You can pretty much play anything. I really want to learn how to play. We've got a keyboard that one of the kids got years ago, and she never uses it. And I'm thinking about getting that keyboard out of storage or out of our garage and just setting it up and just teaching myself how to play. Because I feel like I'm musically inclined. Like I can hear the beat. I can feel the beat. I just don't know, what buttons, keyboard, what keys to press. But yeah, Robert's very talented musician. I love his non-Eminem music also. I've never heard anything non-Eminem from him. So yeah, music is an emotion, a language, that rouses any other language. But yeah, it does. I feel like music is kind of like math, right? It's a universal language that no matter what the music is, it doesn't matter what your language that you speak or where you're from, the music just makes you feel a certain way, So anyway, we're going to listen to the Dungeon Tension cues next. This is another 6 minute. Do you guys like it better, by the way, when it's darker like this, or do you want me to lighten the screen up some more? Because it's really dark. That's why I lighten it, so you can see the details. We can go with this, and I can go with this. This you're going to be able to see down the hallways. I play the game, when I play Monsters and Memories, at night I do this. During the day I do this. So Lighten just a bit. Okay, so we'll keep it at the same lighting that I had from before, which is this one. It adds a little bit of I don't know. It adds some stuff to it that some people may not like, but anyway, you can see a little bit better this way. Tolkien Universe starts with music. Yeah, with music as well. Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's listen to this one. I'll turn it up again. I'm not going to use the Hall After Effects because I want to get the actual sound that it's supposed to sound like from Robert. But yeah, we'll turn it up. That Crypt Guardian. That was awesome. Oh. I like that. That gave me chills, man. It gave me chills. Grain Cellar. Yes. Yes. That fits the cultist theme perfectly. Ancient Crypt. That one almost sounded like it was an outdoor jungle theme with the, but. Grimtide Sanctum. That's the bridge you have to jump across. Is this the same? Is it repeating? I feel like it's repeating at this point. Because this is the same, right? Yeah, that's the same. Okay. I want to go back to something real quickly. This right here Before this elementalist pet appears, listen, like when it appears, the sound that goes along with it. It's amazing. Hang on. Let me back it up a little bit more. I love that. It's like he comes into the room and is like, love it, dude. I love it. And these are all, the rest of these are the same, I think. Yeah, it's just repeating. Okay, so it just does it twice. Wow. Man. I love that so much. We're going to play this in the background while we keep talking. Can we play this on loop? I don't know how to loop this. But we're going to play it in the background. I'm going to turn it down a little bit, though. My goodness. I love the sound in this game, the visuals, they've just done such a great job bringing it all together. So we got racial and class stat differences added to character creation. Yep, we've shown that off a little bit. Halflings can now start in Phalandrel except clerics and paladins. Interesting. That's interesting. I didn't know that was the case. Housing implemented in Night Harbor, Market, and Shallow Shoals. Hide now properly applies its effect and breaks when moving. Bribe is now resistible. This not being resistible was extremely powerful, but at the same time, I almost feel like it shouldn't be resistible. I don't know what the cooldown is. Does anybody know off the top of their head what the cooldown is on Bribe? If it's like a minute, then maybe being resistible, not a big deal. But if it's like 5 minutes, then it probably should not be resistible. Is it 10 minutes? Yikes. Bribe is basically a memory wipe. So if you cast Bribe on somebody, it removes all of your threat from them. Only goblins get it. It's a goblin exclusive ability. But for like a goblin rogue or a goblin archer, it could be really, really, really strong. Because they get high threat from their damage, and then they're able to clear that damage and continue to do more damage. No spells for clerics and paladins in Elftown? Yeah, I mean, they could always add clerics and elves, like a merchant there, but I guess for lore reasons, yeah, you don't want to have clerics and elves. Those are more like druid and shaman kind of thing over in that area. I don't even know, can elves be shaman? Tracker trade is now available for these three. I believe they changed this, by the way. Rangers get tracking at like level 4 or 8 or something. Druids don't get it until like way later, like in their 20s or 30. And then bards are even after that. I want to say bards don't get it till like 34. It's like crazy long time. Racial active and passive traits assigned. That means that they are now on the actual race and not associated with the I'm just listening to this music again. It's distracting me so much. I love it. It's not assigned from the major combat trait. Intravision, Ultravision remain as a major non-combat traits. Research now grants bonuses to research instead of spell crafting. Okay. If it costs an amount of gold equal to the level of the NPC you want to forget, that would balance it out, makes it useless. Yeah. I mean, they could do that. They could make it to where bribe, you actually give them money. Be like a spell in Final Fantasy, the skill for Edgar, Final Fantasy VI, where he throws money at them. The more money you throw, the more damage it does. Trade skills. Shirts can now be scrapped. Thank goodness for that. Plate, copper plate and chain can now be scrapped into copper scraps. This one, like, they need to do something, in my opinion, with the plate and chain armor and going into metal scraps of some sort, because you can't do this out in the world. Right now, you can get a tailoring bag and a leatherworking bag, so you're able to break down those other things. But then if you're trying to break down metal scraps and you want to be a blacksmith, it's much more difficult to level these But at the same time, you can level blacksmith by using the rocks to make sharpening stones. So I guess that makes it again easier. So anyway, I don't know how they're balancing that, but I just feel like not being able to break these down and use the scraps out in the world. I feel like maybe carrying around an anvil, maybe make it 10 pounds, like a miniature anvil or something. It'd be really heavy, but something. Chain and plate, now scrap into the appropriate scraps. Basic craft armor, now scrap into the appropriate scraps. Hammer and chisel is now used to scrap chain and plate. So it used to be a rivet stripper or something along those lines. Now it's a hammer and chisel. Hey, what's up, Dolce & Katana? How are you? I think it's placeable workstation would be good. Yeah. I'm so glad you can break stuff down into these base materials. They don't do that in many games at all. Yeah, it's really nice, especially now that they've changed it. So they lowered the amount of armor class that you get from the stuff you get off of NPCs, right? Like you get just ripped and torn clothing and tattered, whatever, that kind of stuff, tarnished. All of that has, I guess it's not tarnished, rusted. All of that now has lower armor class and lower stats on it. So you don't really want to use those anymore. You want to break them down or upgrade them and make them better. I think a travel pack would be sweet though. Yeah, some sort of travel anvil, similar to the tailoring and leatherworking kits, because you can't make everything in a tailoring kit or leatherworking kit. You do have to go to the station to make those. I think making full-on armor pieces would not be possible in a small anvil. You need a full-on anvil and forge to do that. But to scrap these pieces, to be able to take them apart, you should absolutely have some sort of kit where you can break it down and get the scraps out of it. And then maybe even turn those scraps into something else to lower the weight on them, because the weight on these plate and chain armor is still very, very high, and then even the scraps are still very high. You can now scrap metal bars for 4 metal scraps. I think you should do this. I don't know where you do this. I haven't tried it. I think you should do that at the forge, not at the anvil. So I don't know if it's like a scrap it. You should be able to basically melt down 4 metal scraps into a metal bar. Maybe you do it there. I don't know. Result of combining bronze scraps now creates 1 bronze scrap bar instead of 2. Pruned several enchants from various slots. Okay. Remove shirt enchants. Fix several improperly. All right, hang on. I think that's, whoops, that's over now. We're going to go back into here so we can listen to music again. Cool. I love that music though. Golly, it sounds so good. Like a blacksmith disassembly kit. Yeah, they should have something like that, because you're just taking something apart and getting scraps out of it and throwing away the bits and pieces that you don't need. All wood types can now be fuel for a fire. That's really nice, because for a while there it could only be wood. War lance two-handed piercing can now be crafted. Neat. War lance, that's cool. Barding now requires leather straps of the corresponding tier. Basic weapons can now be scrapped. Arrows can now be combined in the 100, 500, 1000 quantities. 20 and 200 were removed. Component count for 100 arrows set to the old 20. So instead of 20, so instead of 1 bar, 1 wood to make 20 arrows, you now make 100. So that's much, much better. Still working on this one though. I think they're still trying to figure out where they want to be. Itemization. Torches, lanterns, and light stones are now small size. That's good, so they can fit into your pouches instead of having to go in your satchels or backpacks. It's really good. Barding, that's armor for mounts. Yes, barding is armor for mounts. They will have mounts in the game of some sort. We're not sure how that's going to work yet. In fact, they have mounts already in the game. I think Nick showed them off on one stream a while ago. He summoned a horse, and he actually got on the horse. It didn't work exactly the way intended, but he put barding on the horse, and it wasn't looking perfect. But you could actually put the barding on, and he could ride the horse effectively. So really, really cool. It's in the game. It's just not where they want it to be yet. Saw Nick flying around as a gnome riding a bee. Yeah, he does some fun things like that. He also took control of a dragon one time and had a dragon fly around. It's unclear if they want the mounts to give you faster speed. I think a mount giving you the same speed as like Speed of the Wild would be fine. So then people that can't afford mounts can still get Speed of the Wild. But I think that mounts, the best part about mounts is going to be the caravans that they do and being able to do trade goods. Maybe you could get a quest in Night Harbor and you have to now take that to another village. Like from Night Harbor to the Pyramos village in Fallen Pass could be a low-level trek, right? And you take it all the way there, you get paid for defending it, and then randomly enemies may attack it. I think that would be a really cool concept, and I think that's something they're trying to put into the game. I don't know when that'll come or if that'll come, but I think they have talked about it briefly. Mounts that you buy can be killed. Yes, yeah. Mounts that you own are NPCs in the game. You don't go like summon and it just appears and then unsummon and it disappears. Mounts in this game are going to be killable. So they're going to have a health bar and everything, and if they die, you're going to have to get them resurrected. I think they said that druids, maybe rangers, are going to have a specific animal resurrection spell. Maybe beastmasters will get it too. I don't know. But I want to say somewhere, they haven't talked about it much, but that's an idea that has been bouncing around, is that they're going to have a resurrect animal spell for your mounts or possibly pets, like the Beastmaster pet. So yeah, it's an option that's out there. My horse is going to die so much. I think a lot of our horses are going to die. I just hope that if I accidentally jump off a cliff with my horse, I can like jump off the horse and put on a glider and glide down and just watch my horse plummet. I mean, I don't want to die. Ooh, wait a minute. Hang on. Sorry. I just thought of something. It's Monday, and I was thinking about lunch just for a second. Sometimes I go to Moe's on Monday, but I don't know if my girlfriend's going to want it. She's been sick. The Yoshi betrayal meme? Yeah, exactly. Yoshi betrayal. Just, yoo-hoo! And then just like, whoa, you're falling to your death. I'm going to glide. That'd be really cool. I don't know if they should put gliding in the game or not, though. Like, I have mixed feelings about gliding in a game like this. Very mixed feelings. It would be really cool because then you could be up in, like, Upper Saman in Fallen Pass, and then you could actually glide from Upper Saman all the way down to the, whatchamacallit, down to the Shaded Dunes zone line. That would be really, really cool, but I don't know that they should put it in the game. They took Levitate out of the game because of that. I think same reason, because Levitate in like EverQuest, you could get crazy high, and then you could just Levitate run across the entire zone. I'm hoping if they do Levitate in this game, Levitate is literally just a walk on water spell. That kind of thing, right? If there is a semi-solid thing underneath you, you levitate at that height. If you jump off a cliff, you fall and you go splat, even with Levitate spell. Levitate should just move you a little bit off of the ground. So you could like walk over traps. There are spiderweb traps in the game that will snare you when you walk through them. So it can maybe prevent those. Maybe have you walk on water for the short races that can't swim. It could be, that's how I think they should do Levitate. More like a float? Yeah, more like a float spell. There's a wizard levitate spell that requires level. Yeah. There's the levitate spell is in the game, but you can't actually use it because they deactivated it. But hopefully that's what they do with levitate, is just make it on, you're 6 inches, 8 inches off the ground. You're not far off the ground, but enough to where it could prevent stuff. Because I hope they add in traps in the game when you're going through a dungeon and there's a trap and a rogue has to disarm it, or a ranger or a bard. Rogue, rangers, bards, I think, are the 3 classes that should get disarmed trap. And have those throughout all the dungeons. Also have maybe possible hidden chests that have to be disarmed and unlock picked by those classes to open them up. Would be a really cool idea. Obviously, they did some of that in Pantheon. They didn't do it well in Pantheon, I feel like. Pantheon could do a great job with it eventually. They need to get there, but I think it would be a really cool idea. I love the idea in Pantheon. I just didn't like how it was implemented. All right, moving on. Not to compare the two games, but you kind of have to compare all MMOs, right? Added basic armor and weapon drops to NPC races. War Lance can now drop. Nice. Wasp mobs drops tiered. Oh, so there's different levels of wasp mobs. I didn't know that. Named itemization pass. A lot more names have items now. A lot more since the previous open test. I recommend when you go in to the next open test, if you killed something previously that did not have a drop and it was a named NPC, try it again. First droppable ability added. I don't know what this is. I haven't seen it. I haven't heard from it. I don't know what it is yet. But I'm excited to find out what that first droppable ability is. This is the Speed of the Wild buff is now self-only. Slam Scroll added to the Inquisitor Spell Merchant. Fixed an unspecified named loot table. Okay. And then King Maraid itemized? This has to be the Giant King? I don't know. I saw a Discord suggestion for chest, but people said bots are a big reason they became a problem. So yeah, exactly. Like, chest would have to be done in a certain way so that people don't just put a rogue standing next to a possible chest spawn and stealth through the dungeon and then just open up the chest, right? That's what they did in Pantheon, and it ruined the game for a lot of people. They have to do it in a way to where those chests are guarded by something. If you go to open the chest, any NPC nearby will attack you, not where you can open the chest invisible. They'd have to do a lot to really make that work better. But I think chests are a great idea. They just have to implement. They have to do all of the work. Whereas Pantheon just said, here's chests, we're going to put them in the game, but we're not going to do anything with them other than just throw goods inside of them. Go get them. They didn't do anything with the chest. Like, NPCs didn't attack you for opening it, and they just kind of placed them in place. It was not well implemented. I love that. What game was that? Shadowbane. You went and collected the abilities you wanted. Yeah, there's a lot of games that do that. I've been playing Guild Wars, and you have to go and collect the different abilities in Guild Wars. You don't just start the game with your abilities. You actually have to go fight through and find those abilities. I think removing them from rogues was a mistake. Removing what from rogues was a mistake? The C and Viz mobs in Pantheon are garbanzo. Yeah, I mean, in Viz and Pantheon just didn't work right? You were completely immune to everything while in Viz. There are just too many issues with Pantheon that they need to work out if they're ever going to want to actually release that game in a playable state. Ancient Crypt respawn times lowered. I don't know what they lowered these to. I do know that the game is anywhere from 5-minute respawns up to multi-day respawns. Generally speaking, it's 8 or 10 minutes, though, for your average enemies to respawn. So that's good that they lowered this. It should allow for more groups to be able to fight enemies in that area. Bone Construct ability adjustment, okay. Almost all name spawns updated for combat balance and immunity flags. That's good. That's good. Let's see. Grimtide Sanctum spawn loot adjustments. This is a dungeon they keep showing in a lot of these images and just in different places. Grimtide Sanctum is a really cool dungeon. You all need to go check it out when you can. It's higher level, I think high 40s. You need to be at least mid 40s to go in there, I would say. It's very, very hidden. So see if you can figure it out. Ask around. People do know where it is. A lot of people are keeping it hush-hush. I won't... If I get to this point on the open alpha, I'll show it to you guys. I won't talk about it or show it where it is until I actually get to that point in the open alpha, though. Fangard Keep, spawn, loot table. Okay. Fangard Keep. I'm not sure where this is. Ancient Crypt spawn, loot table adjustment. Sungreet Strand has had many additional camps added across several level ranges. That's kind of nice. Sungreet Strand is additional itemized named mobs. Like I said, just check any named mobs that didn't have itemization previously. I think the spawn rate should be slightly be affected by the number of people in the zone. I don't disagree, Wolverine. I don't disagree. Especially in low-level zones, early zones, like in the Night Harbor, Northgate, Westgate areas, those should be much faster spawn rates. Almost instantly spawns. Like if you kill a rat, another rat should spawn somewhere in the zone. For those, at least for the first few days, maybe first week or so of early access when that happens, and then they should adjust it accordingly after that. Shallow Shoals population itemized adjustments. A lot of cool stuff in Shallow Shoals. A lot of cool stuff. You guys definitely need to check that out. New quest added in Shallow Shoals. Black Shoals Fortress populated, itemized. I haven't been here yet, I don't think, either. So I'm not sure on that one. Scarwood population revamped and itemized. Quest added. Scarwood is coming along nicely. It's not finished, but it's coming along. Telekir level band adjustments. So this right here, what they're talking about is if you go into Telekir, you can enter Telekir at around level 10 or so, and you can start fighting the zone line mobs. But then you go in a little deeper, and it instantly jumps up to like level 15 or so. So it's just a big jump. And then from 15, you could fight those until like 16, 17, 18, around there. And then the mobs jump from like 18, 19, 20 area, and they jump way up to 25. There's just a huge gap. So they have lessened that gap. Maybe only 1 to 2 level gap instead of a 5 level jump each time. Telekir population itemized adjustments. The redacted quest was implemented. It's pretty cool, and we can't wait for you to find it. Sounds awesome. I don't know what that is either. I wish that I knew what it was, but I don't even know what this is referring to. The Goblin Wizard, it could be. It could be the Goblin Wizard that they talked about. I don't know. Bones Quest Part 2 implemented for the Necromancer and Shadow Knight classes. Very cool. Corrupted Leather Armor is now more rare. So if you don't know about the Corrupted Leather Armor, I was actually farming this on the open alpha last time we played. You can go to the Corrupted area in Vale of Zintar where you're killing the Ashira, and they will randomly drop Corrupted Leather. The Corrupted Leather has stats on it. You can also get Corrupted Leather scraps from them, I'm assuming to make Corrupted Leather pieces yourself. I haven't actually done that much, but I do want to work on some more trade skill stuff and see if I can figure out how that Corrupted Leather works. It's probably hidden recipes. There are hidden recipes in the game where if you put the right components into the kit and you hit combine, it will make something. Specifically, the one that I do know about are the spiders. If you get spider silk, 2 spider silk of any tier combines into a spider silk thread of that tier. And then if you take that thread and combine it with certain types of cloth of the same tier, you can start making magical cloth gear. So do know that you can do that. It's out there on the wiki if you want to know more about that. But there are hidden recipes in the game. So, Goblin Wizard disabled. Quest unlock planned. Okay, so you read down here when we were up here. Aggro radius increased. They should put a lot next to that. Aggro radius increased a lot. Be careful when you log into the game, guys. You will aggro mobs from a million miles away. Hang on. All right, girlfriend wants me to go pick up lunch. whenever we're done going through all of this. Aggro rate was increased quite a bit. Added over 100 new descriptive mud actions across various zones. Awesome. I've said this so many times to so many people that are like, oh, the game is just a grind fest. You just go and grind mobs. You're not using the mud actions. When I first played this game back however many months ago, one of my biggest complaints was the mud system and how it felt forced, because I was playing a fighter and I had to use the mud system to rub an etching kind of thing, and I was like, man, it just really feels forced. It doesn't feel like you're actually using it. When I went into a dungeon, I used some of the commands, and it didn't really do much. It's a lot better. Okay? It's a lot better. When you're playing this game, use mud commands. When you go into a new room, a new area, if something looks interesting, /look. If you get gold or orange looking text, read it, because it might lead you to something. There are certain quests in this game that require mud commands. There's certain things in this game that you have to use mud commands to spawn enemies, to raid bosses, open doors, tons of different things. If you're not using the mud command, you're missing out on a good chunk of the game. Definitely /look is the only one you really need to use. Use it everywhere. Everywhere. Okay. Added guard direction prompts to Phalandraw. Revised and updated Night Harbor guard direction prompts. Oh, okay. So like when you ask them where to go. Okay, that's good. Added some new NPC aggro death kill dialogue. Neat. I know of one that does this. When you aggro it, it shouts to the entire zone. Ah, you're killing me. No, it doesn't say that, but it's really cool. Stand in the middle of the bridge and whistle 3 times. Wait, is that an actual thing? Unlock Deep Elf Ranger sounds fun. I would love to have to unlock some of these things. Like, I think that almost like the Deep Elves, to be able to unlock them on your account, you should have to take your main character to an area to unlock it for an alt class or something. The thing that I don't like about that, though, is what if you just want to play a deep character? You don't want to play any other character. It kind of takes away from that, right? You should be able to just start with your deep character. But they did something in EverQuest 2, the unlocking of the Froglot classes. It was actually an entire raid. There was a whole quest line and a raid at the end that had to be done on every server to unlock the Froglot race for that server. I don't know if they'll do that in this game or not, but yeah, could be cool. Additional quests added to Evershade Weld. Continue work on the Wood Elf class quest. 6 more added to be exact. Wood Elf class quests. Okay, so Wood Elf classes specifically. Continued work on the NPC population. Let's see. Certain Wood Elf Guild NPCs have had their appearance updated. Neat. Faction work for the city of Phalandraw and the class guilds. Unique factions added for orcs. Is it naiads? Naiads, I guess. Fairies, widow spiders, and spore druids in Evershade Welds. The spore druids are like your myconids. If you haven't seen those, they're kind of like myconids. Itemization of named in Evershade Weld, nice. And then corrections and improvements made to many Evershade mud actions based on player feedback. Okay, cool, very good. Wood Elf Shaman quest had only 3 steps to it. Was done at like level 5. Oh, okay. I think those starter quests, you're going to want to do those. Don't delete any of the items you get from those, because my understanding is that those are going to go all the way to level 60 eventually. They may not now, but eventually every single class quest is going to start at level 1 and go all the way to 60 with possibly raid bosses and things that you have to do. So, and give really good items. If you're playing Wood Elf and want to start in Night Harbor, are you missing out? No, you're not missing out. You can be a Wood Elf and still start in Night Harbor, I'm pretty sure. but there is an option of wood elves and halflings being able to start in Phalandrall. The only thing you're missing out on are the information that people have of the game. They know a lot more about Night Harbor and surrounding zones, and a lot less about Phalandrall and the surrounding zones. So you're not missing out on anything. And eventually they will be very equal. They're going to, I believe Sean said this in one of his streams, or maybe Nick. Eventually they're going to have 3 large hub cities. So there's going to be, Night Harbor is going to be one of them, and then they're going to have 2 other large hub cities that are going to be welcoming for all classes and races-ish. And then there's going to be, in addition to that, smaller cities like Phalandrall is a smaller city that's going to not shun people and kick them out of their city, but they're not going to be nice to you. If you take a character that you started in Night Harbor over to Phalandrall and you start to talk to the wood elves there, they're going to be like disdain. They're not going to talk to you. You can't sell anything there. You can't buy anything there. You can't do anything over there, really. I think you can go to the bank, and that's about it. I don't even know if you actually. I don't even know if you can go to the bank. So you have to like build your faction up, which you can do by killing enemies around that area, like the orcs. I hope they improve the quest log, as it feels it's a mess. There isn't going to be a quest log. This game is not going to have a quest log. It's basically a journal. You hit J and it opens up your journal, and it has things that NPCs have said to you. NPC name on the left, what they said to you on the right. That's it. There's not going to be like a quest log of, which is a highly debated thing, like a quest log that says go, like you have this quest up, you need to go talk to this NPC, turn in this item from the NPC, etc. That's not going to be a thing that they want to do. Is that the case if you do Wood Elf, start in Night Harbor, and then go to the Wood Elf starting place? I don't think so. I think you can start in Night Harbor as a Wood Elf and then go over there. As a Wood Elf or Halfling, I think your faction is a little bit higher, so you can talk to them over there. But the other races can't. They have to actually build their faction up. Your quest log is the Notes tab. Notes tab is just so you can type in notes. But yeah. Is the journal editable? Like, can we put our own notes in it? So the journal... No, the journal is not editable through the game, but you can open up your notes. So you have 2 different books. You have your own personal notes that you can type into, and then you have the journal, which is all NPC dialogue of what they said to you. You can go into your .json files and edit your journal if you want to, and actually add in journal entries. I don't know if they're going to somehow disable that in the future. But right now you can do that because it's just like it's just a text file basically. 2 out of 6 rats killed. Yeah, that's not going to happen. You're not going to see that. I mean, the journal is not the best I've seen. Yeah, I don't think that they're going to be doing any improvements to that. They might. They did actually. I'll take that back. They did do a couple of improvements on the journal, allowing you to like favorite a quest or favorite an NPC to move it to the top. Hang on, I have to sneeze. So you can favorite, like if you're working on a specific quest with a specific NPC that you've been talking to, you can favorite that and it moves it to the top. And then I think they might be adding, or they have added, a search function. I don't really use the journal because what I do is when I'm doing a quest, I read what I need to do, and then I make notes myself on a piece of paper or on a notepad on my computer or something. You can also do the notes in-game, and you can make notes of what you want to do in your own in-game notepad. Like, there is a way you can open that up and do that. So, yeah. Okay, moving on. Let's see. Tracking added for those, which we already talked about. Tracking is now a skill. Buff times increased from 30 minutes to 60 minutes. This was in for the last playtest. Huge change. Very, very much needed. That 30-minute thing was ridiculous. I personally think that they should start it out lower for lower level classes and then it should, each time you get an upgrade, it should go a little bit higher. That's just my personal opinion on that. And then it should cap out around 60 minutes, which also gives the ability to improve on that later through things like alternate advance points if they add that, or something along those lines where they could say, you have the ability to extend your buff out and make it last longer, which would be good for certain classes that have a lot of buffs, like Shaman. So hopefully they do that. I would also like to see items that, like an item dropped for certain classes that maybe have like an effect on it that's extend buff by 10%, right? So buff duration by 10%, making it 66 minutes instead of 60 minutes. Stuff like that would be really nice. Feign Death fail rate reduced by half. That's nice. I didn't know they did that. I don't know that it's working properly. My monk friend would absolutely say that is not working properly. Most forms of snare and root no longer stack. Okay. Hopefully that doesn't mean that if a necromancer casts their ensnaring dot spell and a druid casts a snare, hopefully both of those can still be on the mob at the same time. It just takes whatever the higher value is as the snare speed instead of adding them together, because that could make you could easily get to like 100% speed reduction, right? Many cold-based spells now have dispel tags set to movement speed effects. Okay, so that would be the wizard spells, I guess, that have the snare effect attached to them. All pets now use provoke instead of taunt. Difference between provoke and taunt: provoke is threat only. Taunt is snap aggro and threat. Just for those that don't know the difference between those two, it used to be provoke was, they had taunt, so they would snap aggro to them. So now it's just an increase in threat. So what they did with this is they lowered the amount of threat that it gives in half and increased the recast time by twice as much, effectively reducing the provoke threat by 1/4. So if I use it every single time on cooldown, I can only use it once every 12 seconds, and it does half the amount, whereas it used to be 6 seconds and instant taunt. All pet cast time increased to 10 seconds. Okay, so just your summoning of pets is now 10-second cast. Okay. Provoke threat reduced by half. There you go. And then provoke cooldown increased from 6 seconds to 12 seconds. So effectively making it provoke 1/4 of what it used to be, and removed the snap aggro. Feign Death crit fail chance reduced slightly. Slam tooltip fix, new effect, stunning target 1 second when used from behind. Okay. That's nice. That's nice to have. So if a mob is running and you slam them, it'll stun them briefly. I also would want the message in the journal to be reverse order. So latest sentence on the bottom. Yeah, I mean, a little toggle for that would be nice, right? Where you, like, they could just put a filter in there to filter it by date or time or whatever to go up or down. They could do that. I think some search functionality or a filter would be nice in there, but at the same time, if you're trying to keep it as a journal, it should be this NPC, right, wrote this or said this, and I wrote that down in my journal. This NPC then said this, and so it's like it's in chronological order. So yeah, I mean, I see it on a lore basis as well. But yeah. If you want your pet to tank now, you're going to have to slow your roll in DPS. Yes, you absolutely are. Yeah, you're going to have to... pets can still tank, right? But pets are no longer as good as they once were at tanking. When you get back in the game and you had a pet class and you just threw your pet at it and you were like, it'll be fine, it'll keep aggro, it'll be able to take the hits, that's not necessarily going to be the case next time you play the game. They have been tweaking pets a lot lately. So we'll see what the final outcome is on it. But pets are fluctuating quite a bit. Charm Beast, Elemental, Undead cast times, tiered, change multiple times. Flat 6 seconds, and then 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. I feel like it should be a flat 6 seconds. I don't think it should be tiered because you should be better. But I see the reason for it being tiered as well, because the mines of a higher level enemy are going to be harder to break through, but also the mines of a higher level charmer should be able to fight that easier, right? So I almost feel like it should be a flat, but I get where they're going with that. Zombie Pet now uses the Zombie Drain ability. Not sure what that does. I'm assuming a strength drain of some sort. Strike weapon damage increase from 100% to 110%. Okay. Strike weapon damage. I don't know why they increased that, because strike... Isn't strike the ability that some melee classes have in the beginning? I know that Beastmasters, I think, get it. And it was really strong at like level 1 to 5. Maybe it was just too high or too low on the higher end, so they added more damage. Added ability, summon Cure Berries. This is an awesome skill, guys. Awesome skill. Druid can summon these Cure Berries and give them to you so that when you get poisoned, you can just click it, remove it. The Druid does no longer has to cure poison. And I think you can have multiple of these. There's only, it's one Cure Berry, but you can have as many as you want in your inventory as long as you have inventory space. Added some initial research abilities. I need to check on that. Elementalist, Necromancer, and Beastmaster pet damage increased. It was increased and then decreased. I don't know what it's going to be next. Currently, all three of these are lower than what they were previously. I do know that. Necromancer pet HP increased. Haste ability, attack spell buff reduced. Yeah, Nick saw this and he was like, that's way too strong. Getting up to like 75% at the high level with enchanters. So he nerfed the heck out of it. And then some class changes here. We got Archer, fix an issue where disengagement would not reduce threat. Added ability, Immobilizing Trap. Immobilizing Trap, move to level 11. Aimed Shot, I think that just does more damage. Aim Shot Execute portion now implemented. Ooh, I need to look into those to see what that does. So if you do Aim Shot and they're at a certain level of health or lower, maybe it does more damage or outright kills them. Aim Shot damage is increased. Dude, archers right now, guys, a lot of people don't play them. We saw this previously in the in statistics. Archers was like the second least played class. At high level, archers are insanely good. Very high DPS, awesome class to have around. The big issue is the arrow consumption. It's a pain in the butt. Healing debuff portion fixed. See, this is right here is really nice. Enemies don't heal as much when you use that ability. Caltrop, so they can snare enemies. And then distracting shot. Like, archers have some great utility and amazing DPS. So, yeah. The arrows are a pain in the butt, but they fixed that. Well, they kind of updated that a little bit. Bard, no longer have double attack. They removed that from Bards and from Beastmasters that you can see right down here, which is probably good. Beastmasters were very, very strong because they had a pet that was really strong, and they had double attack and dual wield, so they were just doing insane amounts of damage. Molto Allegro moved to level 60. Molto Allegro attack speed reduced. Filled out Molto Allegro ability line with multiple ranks. So this is the haste spell, by the way, for bards that stacks with other haste. That's why Nick reduced the amount of haste. So we all had it as primary haste, and there was just one haste, right? So if you had a 75% haste on an enchanter, then you didn't need a bard for haste. But they actually stacked because bard has a secondary haste. So you could have a primary haste plus a secondary haste. It was getting you well over 100% haste just from those two alone. Added Frightful Screech. So it's like a fear, AoE fear. Added a Mez Shout ability, AoE Mez. And then added in this ability, which I'm not sure. I don't remember what this one did. Anybody remember what this one does? Pally is like the least played EQ class. Yeah, I think you expect to see an influx in fighters. Yeah, maybe. But they didn't do a lot for fighters. They really didn't. I'll explain when we get to fighters. No longer have double attack on the Beastmasters. Pack of Predator re-added strength bonus to agility bonus. So Pack of Predators now gives you an agility bonus instead of a strength bonus. Now has... while we're talking about the Beastmaster and these types of buffs, this Pack of Predators, this right here, I think that all of the hybrid classes, so Beastmaster, Shadow Knight, Paladin, Inquisitor, Ranger, get the idea. I think all of those need to have more abilities that are exclusive to their class rather than abilities that are taken from a different class to make them stand out. Specifically, things like this Pack of the Predator, like this should be the best agility buff in the game, and it only comes from Beastmaster. That kind of stuff. That's what I want to see. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, much more class-defining abilities. That I think they need that badly, very badly. Anyway, we'll get to more of that. Now has access to the abilities haste, so they now have all of the same haste spells that Shaman have at like 12 levels later. Added ability, resource guarding. I don't know what that one does. Added ability, kill command. So this is a ability, I think, for your pet. Command kills, like it tells your pet to attack or something. I don't really know. And added rat form. I've actually seen this, and it turns you into a rat. What I think was funny about this, though, I want to say the one that I saw, the person that I saw running around with this, their rat form was smaller than their actual pet rat, or vice versa. One of them was a different size than the other one, and it looked kind of funny, them running around. I think the small rat was leading the larger rat around. It was funny. Anyway, Cleric, added ability, Oath of Freedom. This ability did not work on the last open test when I used it. Not once did it work, so if any devs are watching this, you might want to check into this ability. I did put it on the feedback or bug report or something. It just didn't work. If I had snare or root on me and I cast it, it didn't remove it, and it didn't make me immune to it, so it didn't do anything. Divine Protection renamed to Oath of Protection. This is what makes the Cleric stand out, by the way. This ability right here, along with their instant cast shield abilities. Anyway, those are what makes the Cleric really good at preventing damage on players. So when people are like talking about a shaman, is a shaman or druid equal to or better than a cleric as far as healing? No. Clerics are definitely better at healing because they can prevent damage completely while they heal, whereas the other two cannot do that. So it's a really, really, really nice. Resurrection line XP returns improved. They increased those. I think the first one is the same. The second one went up a little, like 10%. But I think the high end still stayed the same. So they just changed a few of those. Added ability Redemption. I think this is a direct damage spell line. And they are actually very strong. Like their direct damage spells on clerics are actually very strong. They're just not mana efficient, but they do a lot of damage. Added line Healing Light. This is the AoE cone ability that heals. It was broken, and it was like healing the cleric. For every single person they hit, the cleric also got healed, I think. So if you had 5 players in front of you, you got healed 6 total times. Once for yourself, plus 5 for those people. I think they fixed it, though. Supplication, Rework, and Fulfillment with a Fulfillment effect. This is the one that gives clerics the mana regen. This is another debated ability right now. Some people like it, some people don't like it. So we'll have to see how this changes. But it basically gives mana regen to clerics and to paladins. Druid, added ability Nature's Respite, or Respite, depending on how you want to pronounce that. I say Respite. Some people probably say Respite. Anyway, this is an instant cast heal, not to be confused with an instant cast, this one right here. So druids can instant heal for some amount of damage, and it's really nice. This one just makes you immune to physical damage for 15 seconds. But clerics also have an instant cast shielding ability that allows them to give you like 600 point damage absorption for however the duration is. So they're able to shield you instantly and then heal you, whereas the druid can just instantly heal you if they want to. The Touch of Life hot stacks again. So there you go. Those now stack. Added. I don't think I've ever used those though. The touch. I don't think I've ever tried to stack touch spells. They only last for 12 seconds, and they have like a 5-second cooldown. So I guess you could use 2 of them. Added Animal Res ability line disabled via 100 times mana cost. So this one right here is what we were talking about earlier, where druids are going to be able to resurrect your mounts and things. Grip of Nature now castable on other players. This is a really, really nice change. So Grip of Nature is the one where you can cast it on yourself or now other players, and if something hits you, it roots them in place. So if you're running away from mobs and all the mobs are on your tank, they can cast it on the tank, and anything that hits the tank, it will root the mob for some duration. Normal root stuff that can fade whenever, so you're able to get away easier. Wood skin, stone skin, all of these things, levels updated. They increased the levels, I believe, on most of these. I know nature skin is now level like 56, and it was, I think, 52. And they added tree form. I believe tree form is a health regen, a very low amount of health regen, but it's a health regen. It means if 2 druids in a group both cast the hot, they stack again. That, yes, Atomic Frog, that would make more sense. And they should stack. So if you cast the same level, I don't think you should be able to cast 2 different levels on the same druid. But if you cast 2 of the same, like if I cast one and my friend, also a druid, cast the same one, they should stack. Absolutely. Or if they cast a different one, 2 different druids casting it on the same person should stack. Now, does this mean that 15 druids on the same person would stack, which would make druids and shaman very powerful for raid healing over the cleric. The cleric would just be big heals, right, every 6 seconds. But if you could stack the druid and specifically the shaman heal that lasts 24 seconds, so a shaman, 15 different shaman could cast that and it all stacks, that would be really, really strong. So yeah, I wonder how they're going to balance that and see how that's going to work. Elementalist filled out the blast of air and fire lines. These are the ones that combine. So when your pet casts a fire spell that they have and you cast an air spell on top of that, it combines them together and does something special. Things that they can do are blind the target, snare the target, maybe a stun. I don't remember if there's a stun. I think there's a pushback or a knockback. Backdraft, yeah, backdraft is the knockback. So yeah. Blast of air updated. Blast of Fire updated, so Fire Vortex, Steam Cloud, etc. Added Blast of Water and Earth Lines. These are the ones that actually snare or root. I believe Steam Cloud makes you blind. Backdraft is the knockback. Fire Vortex, I think, is just a fire. It's additional fire damage. It might be an AoE fire damage, but I'm not sure on that. Added Summon Arrows. Added Firestorm Shield. Summon Arrows is nice, but it's broken right now. It only summons 1 arrow at a time. Not worth casting. Firestorm Shield. I don't remember. I thought it summoned a shield, but I don't know that it summons a shield. I can't remember what that one does. Added Summon Thrown Daggers. Again, only summons 1 at a time, so not really worth using. Added Summon all of these different weapons. Nick showed these off on his stream. They basically add damage procs. From what I can tell, some people are thinking that the Windblade might add a double attack proc. And some people are thinking that the Mallet might add a like armor proc buff or something, but I don't know. I think they just all added damage, but I don't think they all work properly yet. So these need to all be looked at and refined a little bit. Every tick you gain like 1k HP. Yeah, like that's the thing, man. You could just have a bunch of shaman every 24 seconds casting on a tank, and every 6 seconds you're just gaining huge chunks of health. And if they stagger those, you're just gaining health every second. Because it's different. So like there's ticks, right? Is every 6 seconds. But when a spell is cast on you, like the Druid Hot or the Shaman Hot, it's based on when it's cast and then every 6 seconds after that. Whereas a regen spell is based on your ticks. So if I am sitting here and I have a regen spell cast on me that increases my health regen by 3 per tick, it's based on my 6 second count or the global 6 second count. But the spell being cast is on its own 6 second count. So if you stagger those, you could literally every second be getting huge amounts of ticks of health. It could be very, very, very strong. They probably should look at that and figure out how they want to deal with that. Enchanter. Charm cast time changed multiple times. Yes, it did. Added spell damage, absorb line, spell ward, mystical ward. So this is just like you could put it on somebody and prevent spell damage from them for however much. It has to be spell damage, though, not physical damage. Fighter, rend weapon damage increase from 110% to 125% of your weapon. Good, nice increase. Fighters are now just a little bit stronger with their rend. I don't think they needed it personally. As a fighter main, I think that they should just make that 100% damage. It's just an additional attack. It's an instant attack. It should just be 100% damage. I personally think. But it has a chance to do a cooldown on Frenzy, to reset your Frenzy. So that's what I think Rend should do. It just has it has an additional 1 attack and a chance to cool down Frenzy. Can now critical strike and crippling blow. These are not as nice as you think they are. Critical strike is maybe a 5% chance. Obviously, that could be adjusted at some point. Crippling blow is when your health is low, you now become berserk. And I believe it increases your chance to do a crippling blow. Or is a crippling blow tied to... It might be tied to their other merciless attack ability. It's one of those two. So when you become berserk at low health, you basically do more damage, and I think you crit more often. And then merciless attack is a guaranteed... It's a buff that guarantees like 12 seconds of critical strike or crippling blow. So... Frenzy weapon damage changed. I don't know how this was changed. I think it was lowered because it was 50% damage on each hit. I think it was lowered. Frenzy and Shield Slam now use global cooldown, which doesn't really change a whole lot. I didn't feel like, because once you get them rotating, you can just use them on cooldown and it doesn't affect anything. It's just the first initial attack will set the cooldown. Battlecry, now a group buff. This was really nice. Battlecry increases your group's strength. Battlecry and Unnerving Shout cooldowns have been increased. So this doesn't really matter on Battlecry because it's a 2-minute buff, I think, and it has like an 8-second cooldown. It was a 6-second cooldown because it's the same as Taunt. So anyway, just once every 2 minutes, you need to cast that once. Anyway, I don't think that Fighter is overpowered or anything like that. So people that think that Fighter is now super powerful, none of these changes made the Fighter that much stronger. Adding in the crit, I literally crit for 3 damage the other day. 3 damage. So adding in the crit didn't do much. It's like a 5% chance to crit, and it just takes whatever damage you do, makes it 150%. So it went from 1 damage to 3 damage because it added in 1.5 damage, which would take it up 2 damage, made it 3. It was bad. Okay, it was bad. Crit does not do what you think it does. Yet. I think that there is a mathematical formula, combat formula that's not working properly because previously in another stream or something, they said that as you get higher level, you should no longer be doing those hits of 1 and 2s. It should like always be increasing your damage. and I don't think it does that yet. Fighter needs something to compete with SK. Well, what Fighter has right now is they take less physical damage than any other class in the game. They have 10% physical damage reduction, whereas the other tank classes only have 5%, so they automatically have 5% more right there. And they have an ability that allows them to reduce the physical damage of everything in an AoE around them by 5%. So effectively, a fighter can reduce all physical damage 10% more than any other tank class, which does give them a leg up. It's a significant amount. So, and you can keep that up 100% of the time. So fighters do have something above the other tanks when it comes to that. But I agree. I think fighters need more abilities to set them apart, because right now they just don't have enough abilities. I would love for them to take away the crit strike. I don't want that. I don't think that's necessary. I don't really want this merciless assault. It just makes you crit strike for 12 seconds. I would much rather have defensive cooldowns. But some people are saying, well, fighters should be more offensively focused. I guess there's an argument for that as well. So we'll just have to see how it plays out. So yeah, the fact that you can crit versus others who may not be able should help though. No, it does help. Obviously, it takes a 1 damage into a 3 damage. It takes a 100 damage into 150 damage, right? It helps, sure. It definitely helps. But I would rather have more tanking abilities. I want the fighter to be the premier, as they specifically said on their website, the premier tank. It should be the best defensive, physically defensive tank in the game, because it doesn't have all of these other cool abilities, like a pet from the Shadowmancer, like heals from the Paladin, like mezzes from the Inquisitor. It doesn't have those abilities and more. It should just it should be more defensive. Like I said, it does take 10% less physical damage than any of the other tanks currently. So it's already doing that. Inquisitor. They added Sea Invisibility, which they should have had from the beginning because it is an enchanter class, basically. Like I said before, though, I don't think that they should just, for all these hybrid classes, should be pulling in just spells from those other classes. They really need to make these stand out. The Inquisitor should get their own special line of spells. They all get auras. I think every hybrid class now gets an aura of some sort. So that does make them stand out. But yeah. Re-added the Slam ability. Now works with Slam. So this Slam ability now, I believe, works with their Purging ability. So like when you have the Purging buff up and you have like the magic, whatever it's called, there's like a magic reduction spell on the enemy, and you slam, you like purge 2 buffs or something. I think it works. Yeah, Purifying Blow reworked with new effect and damage. I think this is all kind of together now on the Inquisitor. Mana Burn line debuff, faster cast and higher damage. This is really nice. Again, Inquisitors need to be the best at stripping buffs off of enemies and reducing their magic. I think that Enchanters should also get that, but I think Inquisitors are a little bit better at it because of this Purifying Blow ability that they have. They can literally just be hitting a mob and boom, buff, debuff, 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 and just keep taking those buffs off. Whereas the other classes, Purge is on like a 12-second cooldown. So if you want to strip those for Shaman, for Enchanter, for Shaman, Wizard, and Archer, it once 1 per 12 seconds. It takes forever to strip those buffs. Inquisitor can now do it much faster. Let's see. Dominate Mind duration increase. This is now 60 seconds instead of 15 seconds. Unresistible 60-second charm. Huge. Huge. Is the class going to be a 2-handed specialist? They've talked about like a berserker type class, but I don't think it's in the works or anything like that. But a lot of people want like a leather-wearing melee berserker class, which would basically be a fighter that's not a tank, which I would be fine with. I would rather have my fighter be very defensive, and then you make another berserker style class that wears leather or maybe chain because they need to be a little bit more nimble, that uses a two-handed weapon and just slaughters things. I would rather them go that route than make the fighter that and take away their defensive capabilities. Silence duration increased. That's very nice. Added ability, Mandate of Silence. Added spell damage absorption line. This is kind of going along with the Enchanter version of that. And now has access to haste. So just like the Beastmaster now has Shaman haste, the Inquisitor now has Enchanter haste. I believe the Inquisitor gets them 4 levels before the Beastmaster, but like 8 levels behind the Enchanter or something along those lines. So yeah, that's where we are with that. Monk. Mend applies 25% AC buff for 30 seconds. That's huge for monks. I love this. This makes monks really good off tanks, and it makes them even better pullers because they can go out, pull a mob while they're running back. If they get hit a few times, Mend increases their AC, heals them up, allows them to take a few more hits. Great. Makes monks amazing pullers. Round kick damage increase and can reset Celestial Strike. So this is basically the same thing as the fighter version of Rend and Frenzy. It just round kick damage is now pretty good. I believe it's also based on the armor class of your boots. So if you have high armor class boots, you do more damage with it. And then it can also reset your Celestial Strike, which is really nice. It's like a 20% chance or something like that to reset it. Celestial Strike damage and cooldown adjusted. I believe they just made it overall better. I don't remember if they increased the damage and lowered the cooldown or what, but overall it's just a better ability, doing more damage. Clarified Celestial Vitality and Way of Water tooltips. I don't know what they clarified here, but basically the way this works is if you are in Way of Water stance and you use Celestial Strike and it procs your heal ability that you get from Celestial Strike, it heals the entire group, not just yourself. Stone Stance now has a special effect. That's good. Again, also makes them more tanky. The Stone Stance, it's not a long duration, but it does make them really good. I think it's 60% damage reduction, which is the best physical damage reduction in the game other than immunity, making them very good off tanks for the duration. So very, very good there. Monk is like off tank. They can off tank. Monks are DPS with a lot of utility. So they're not going to be as high DPS as like an archer or a rogue, but they're going to have more utility than an archer or a rogue. Archer and rogue has utility, but the monk can now off tank. That's part of their utility. Using their abilities, they can heal themselves through their Mend ability, which also helps them off tank because of the armor increase. They have Feign Death so that they can feign death to be able to pull easier, split camps up a little bit like that. They have their different stances, their water, fire, wind, and earth stance, which all change a little bit. The water stance specifically makes them very good in groups, so they have more utility than the other classes, but a little bit less DPS. But they are still considered a DPS class with utility. In my opinion, it should be like archer and rogues up here, monk about right here, fighters down here, a little bit below monk when it comes to like melee type classes and their DPS abilities. That's my opinion, of course, not anybody else, but I don't know what the devs are planning. I think that's something similar to what the devs are planning. Necromancer, pet HP increased and damage increased, and then subsequently damage nerfed. I don't know what it's going to be. Like I said, with all the other pets, I have no idea what it's going to be. Any patch. Added pet attack speed buff line. So this is pet specific. I think they added something very similar to the Beastmaster. I don't think they noted it in here, but I think they added something similar to the Beastmaster. Added ability, aspect of vampirism. I don't know if this is a spell you can put on somebody. It would be really cool if you could take a Necromancer and put a life proc ability on players so that they can proc life proc, health procs or whatever. That would be a cool thing for Necromancers to have, since they are technically a support class. Believe it or not, necromancers are not considered a DPS class. They are a support class. They don't do a lot of damage, but if you stack up all their dots and the mob lives long enough, they can do a lot of damage. Summon Minor Lifestone. I believe this is very similar. Well, it's just basically a click, give me health thing. Gain access to Malady dot line. I think this one might slow their attack speed or slow their move speed. I don't know. Shadow Knight has it. It's an aura. Life tap proc. Yeah, Shadow Knight has it. I think that the Necromancer might be able to just, with the aspect of vampirism, cast it on individual people, whereas the Shadow Knight gives it as an aura to their party. Paladin, Supplication move to level 2. So this is the one we were talking about that the clerics have that give mana regen. So it gives you fulfillment when it procs, or if you get the killing blow or whatever, you get fulfillment, and that gives you mana regen for 2.5 minutes, up to like 6 mana per tick, I think, at level 60. So it's nice to have on a paladin. Actually, it's fantastic to have on a paladin. But it is also nice to have on a cleric. But a lot of people are like, we don't want that on our cleric. We want something different. Clerics maybe should get more efficient heals or something. Mana to health ratio or something. People are kind of debating about it. I don't know what they're going to do. I think that cleric does need more right now, though. Added ability, Blessing of Sanctuary. I'm not sure what this one does, so we'll have to look that one up. Restorative Smite, heavily reworked with new effects, damage, and finisher heal. I think Restorative Smite now only heals when it kills the target, not anytime you hit with the target with the smite, I think. But I think it's a good thing to have. Like, Smite adds a lot of damage to the paladin. Since they can't dual wield, it gives them a little bit more damage. Especially tells them, like, hey, your smite does damage whether you do it with a one-handed weapon or a two-handed weapon. It kind of keeps that one-handed damage up there a little bit higher to make them want to use a shield more rather than using a two-handed weapon. So I think it's a really good thing to have for the paladin to kind of make them the best shield fighters. Fighters can use a shield, and they have a shield ability that gives them more threat, but in my experience with shield, it is not worth using at all on a fighter. Just period, not worth using. For many reasons I could go into it. I'm not going to right now, but I promise you, you're really not taking less damage by using a shield. You're probably taking more damage. Anyway, Restorative Smite healing text is fixed. So there you go. Let's see, what else we have? Ranger. We're getting through these slowly. Ranger, removed ability, Pack of the Predator. This one did I think this was a druid ability and ranger ability that gave you super fast run speed, but it was short duration, I believe. Added abilities, True Strike aura. So this is the aura that they got, which I believe adds in dexterity to everyone in the party, and then also adds in maybe offensive skill or ranged skill or some. I think it might be ranged skill and dexterity, maybe. Whistling Shot. So they added some new ranged abilities, including these fire, ice, nature, and lightning abilities. It was Strength aura. Is that what it was? Is they added strength? Okay, it must have been a different one that got in dexterity. So that adds strength and then maybe ranged on top of that as well. And then they added some new arrow abilities. So this one's kind of weird to me. I feel like the Ranger needs something because, as we talked about previously, it's a hybrid class. It needs to stand out on its own. But I believe that all of these special arrow abilities should probably go to the Archer, not the Ranger. Right? That's just my take on it. Camouflage moved to level 15, which is basically an invis spell. All of these levels were updated because of the update to the druid side of it. So they just basically moved these around a little bit. Added Hearth of the Ranger. This is not a gate spell. When I first read this, I read it as Hearth, as in a Hearthstone WoW type of thing, and it was like a gate spell for Rangers. It is not. It actually is place fire or campfire on ground spell, but you still need to have 8 wood in your inventory. So right now, to my knowledge, it doesn't do anything other than place a campfire on the ground for the same amount of wood as anybody else can do it. But in the future, it might do additional things. So we'll have to see. Maybe it's going to give you some health regen while you're at the campfire, mana regen, shelter. I don't know what it's going to do, but hopefully it's going to give you something. All of our AC buffs got nerfed too because they've been giving higher level requirements to obtain them. Okay. I mean... So the AC, well, that's the AC buffs, right? That's what these are. The wood skin, stone skin, these are all AC buffs for the druid and ranger. Use elemental arrow line, rename to imbue arrow versions. So imbue fire, imbue ice, imbue nature, imbue lightning. Added VFX to imbue arrow line, and then True Strike aura now provides throwing skill bonus. That's what it was. It was not range skill. Throwing skill bonus, which is basically worthless. It's just worthless. What would be really cool, that could be another class they could put into a game that's like a rogue but specific to thrown weapons. That could be kind of neat. But the only people that really use throwing, and from what I can tell, are monks. They use it for pulling, and then rogues might use it a little bit. I don't think anybody else uses throwing. But I don't know. Maybe. Anyway, increase ambushes chance to hit modifier. They did this across the board, I think, with a lot of skills, because skill hit modifiers were a little bit low. So things like your jab, your kick abilities, so jab and kick, that interrupt, I think they increased the hit modifier for those a little bit. They all had a hit modifier increase, but I think they upped that a little bit more. It's not 100% chance to hit, but it is a better chance to hit. Those are supposed to be, according to, I believe, Nick or Sean, somewhere somebody said something, that abilities are supposed to be like a 90+% chance to hit, I think, on even con mobs. I think maybe it was Ollie that said that, talking about the mathematics behind it. But abilities on like an even con mob or maybe a dark blue mob are supposed to be like a 90% chance to hit. They're still working on that. As things get higher level, obviously that chance gets lessened. Uppercut damage component removed. I think uppercut was that their interrupt or one of their interrupts? I think they get a couple of them. I think they get kick and uppercut. I may be wrong on that. Evade and swift strikes now considered neutral and no longer break stealth. Very nice. I think that rogues need more stuff that doesn't break stealth, except for lock picking. If they add in chests, they should lock pick, which breaks their stealth because they're like making noises and such. Let's see, or disarming traps, I think should break their stealth as well. Shadow Knight added ability Grip of Shadow. This right here was in much debate in the last playtest. It was able to pull mobs right out of a camp with no aggro. They then added in the aggro. So Grip of Shadow, range lowered, and now requires line of sight. And then Grip of Shadow and Shadow Strike no longer permanently silence. And then Shadow Strike bonus. Well, okay. So I still think they're trying to fix this. I don't think it's fixed. But they're making it to where Grip of Shadow will, in fact, aggro the mobs around them. It was never intended to be able to yoink a mob out of the middle of a bunch of mobs with no aggro. Grip of Shadow and Shadow Strike, though, no longer permanently silenced. That's good. That should be more of a Inquisitor thing to silence enemies. Shadow Knights can interrupt. Sure, I'm fine with that. Maybe even a temporary silence, but that should be more of an Inquisitor thing to make them stand out. Shaman, Healing Spores line stacks again, very much like the Druid line. Added Bear Form. I don't think Bear Form adds anything at this moment other than makes you look like a bear. But I think Nick said that they wanted to change that and they want to make it add something. So maybe more strength, more health, maybe more stamina, whatever. That could be really cool. Rapidity moved from 44 down to 40. So this is the haste ability of Shaman, lowered by 4 levels. So now they have a new haste at level 40 instead of 44. I think this was all just part of that haste line update where they were adding it into the different classes and adjusting the speeds and all that. Malady and infectious disease cost reduced. These are their dot lines. Very good that those are costs are reduced. The reason the dot lines right now in the game, because mobs die so quickly, they don't get their full effect, which is kind of a bummer. So they just don't get their full effect before, like, they die at like 15 seconds in, 20 seconds in. They need 30 seconds to get their full damage. So the amount of mana that you would spend on them was not really worth it. Irking illness moved from 44 down to 40, and then virulent virus moved from level 60 down to 52. I'm not sure what this one does. Virulent virus. I'm guessing that's like a rabies type spell. I don't know. Spellblade. Chilling Embrace duration decreased from 60 seconds to 30 seconds. Okay. Added ability Spellblade Animation. I don't know what that one does either. Added ability Infused Weapon Illumination. Okay. And then Illumination now properly stops when out of mana. Oh. So you infuse your weapon so it glows, but it probably costs mana per tick or something while it's up. That's actually kind of nice, though, for Spellblades. They can add in magic or light to the area. Very nice to have that. I think Spellblades need a lot more work. They need more at the low end. I think they're great on the high end with their procs. They do a ton of damage, like 400 damage procs. Like, it's ridiculous. But on the low end, it just doesn't feel good. Wizard now has a chance to critically land with spells. I think Wizard's in a pretty decent place with their melee plus their spell damage and everything. I don't know what else they could really do to a Wizard to make it stand out, but we'll see. UI and community and CS tooling. Redheaded step class. The Wizard one line. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the Wizards, they have nukes, right? That's just all they do. But now Wizards, the way that they made them in this game, you dual wield, and you have a buff on yourself that every time you attack the mob, it increases the amount of damage that they take by 4%, stacking up to 5 times. So 20%. So they take 20% more damage from all sources of magical spell damage, like direct damage spell damage. It's huge if you have a wizard in your raid. One wizard in a raid, getting that up increases the damage of all spellcasters in your raid by 20%. That is insanity. So wizards do have a place, but we'll have to see what they do with them going forward. And their nukes, if they have that 20% up and their top end nukes and they have high intelligence, you're talking about single spells that hit for over 2,000 damage. And if they crit, you're getting 3,000 up to 3,000 damage crits. Like, come on. 3,000 health as a tank, a level 60 tank having 3,000 health is tough. A brand new level 60 might break 3,000 health, maybe. So a wizard can literally one-shot tanks in this game. Nuts. But at the same time, could they make it a little bit better, make them a more fun class? Right now, they're a stand up, swing one time, sit down, stand up, swing one time. You know, like basically melee and sit down between mana ticks for meditation. Every 6 seconds, you want to sit down, stand back up, melee, sit back down, stand back up, melee, and then nuke. Once you get the stacks, the 5 stacks, you want to nuke. UI and community and CS tooling, customer service tooling. So character state icons added. Okay, new player guide book added, so you can actually click that and it opens up the website. Added icons and UI elements. Lots of this is happening right now. Some really cool features coming in, so definitely look for those. Chat tabs are introduced with activity indicators. Very nice to have. You don't have to have 20 different windows open. You can now have one tab with all your stuff, and then it highlights if something happened in that tab. I like to do that for things like my consider tab or experience tab or loot tab, chat windows, like my guild window, chat window is separate. And I can, if somebody says something in guild chat, I can go to it and look. I like to separate all that stuff out. And it's really nice to have those chat tabs. Filters can now be toggled from chat settings menu. Definitely use those filters. And there's also a /filters, whatever thing that you can use. And it tells you what filters you have in different things. So very nice for that. Hardcore self-found tags added to characters select, an indicator showing if the character is dead. This right here is something that most of you will probably not do. I don't recommend doing it because there could be lag issues that could cause you to die. A lot of different things can happen, which, just ruins your entire hardcore experience. But if you want to do this hardcore self-found thing, there is an NPC near both East and West Gate, and probably also in Falendrill somewhere. And you talk to them and hail them and say, yes, I want to be a hardcore character. And they will make you a hardcore character. And then every time you level, it'll announce it to everybody else. This person made it to whatever level as a hardcore character. Launch the Community Hub. That is this right here. So Community Hub, Monsters and Memories, if that'll load. We'll check it here in a second. There it goes. It loaded. Community Hub gives you a lot of cool information. You can see the metrics and known issues. Like, this is just so you can check it out and see what's going on with the game. Great info there. A new fact page has been added. It's easier to search. Known issues page has been added. Links directly to our specifically flagged GitHub issues. Petition and bug reports now accessible from here as well. So if you have a petition, you can see your petition. Log in, see your petition that you have, see if it's active, see if anybody's responded to it, etc. Links to roadmaps, updates, all of that stuff is here. So links to, I believe, it's coming soon. Oh, it's patch notes, updates. Updates will take you to this page, which is how we got to the page that we're looking at here. So that's what that is. New player guide accessible. Server metrics. This is something I like to see. Just love seeing that kind of stuff. Patch notes, which are coming soon, including closed patch notes to be added soon. So this will be nice because even if you aren't in the closed testing, you will be able to see the patch notes of what they're doing in the closed testing. So you can see what kind of changes are coming to the game and what currently is being tested. Playtest results may be added, likely merged with metrics. Policies added, a page added, including updates and the Play Nice policy. I recommend everyone read this. Everyone read it and understand it, because I have seen people argue back and forth on Discord and on Reddit about what the Play Nice policy is. And it spells it out pretty well here. There's a few things that could be reworded or changed, etc. But mostly it has to do with camps. Right here, camp disruption, training mobs to players with established camp priority. So if they are camping something and they're clearly camping it and you go and train them so that you can steal the camp, don't do that. But it doesn't say anything about training other players without established camp priorities. So that's where people are getting like, okay, rules as written versus rules interpreted can go a lot of different ways. Anyway, read this and understand it. It'll make your life a lot easier. It's actually really simple. Play Nice policy is don't be a jerk. You don't have anything to worry about. It's the people that are jerks and then try to find loopholes to get around being a jerk. Those are the people you have to worry about. And those are the only people that are going to end up getting in trouble in the end anyway. So don't worry about it too much. If you are nice, just play the game and have fun. Extensive customer service and dev support tooling added. We may show this off one day, but hopefully it's mostly noticed via our petition response times. We talked about that earlier. Their petition response times are amazing. Sean has talked about this. I don't know that he's really shown any of it. He says they may show it later or whatever. They have amazing customer service tooling that is just really, really good. So hopefully we see that soon. Customer service tooling made available as a progressive web app because so basically it allows their customer service to do stuff via their phone and not have to necessarily be in game to resolve issues. So it's really nice. So like if you are on a server and you send a tell to Trent may not be logged into the game. He might just get a pop-up on his phone. That kind of stuff is what they're talking about. Started an economy reporting dashboard to help us analyze and automate automated flagging, and then new character creation flow mockup. So this right here, we started seeing that here, right, where you can create. I don't want to click on that one. Where you can start creating your new characters with the stats and all that, but you still don't see the different race bonuses that they're getting. You don't see that anywhere. And then also like an explanation going over what these classes do, what their role is, what their job is, whatever. And then each of the stats over here, supposedly they're going to have it to where they tell you a little bit of information about what each of the stats does. Like strength is going to increase your physical melee damage, and stamina is your health, etc. So they're going to tell you something about that. These are the new things added. You may have seen these in the last playtest. So they have a new thing up in the top right corner, like a little ability bar or whatever. Not ability bar, but like a buff bar, effectively. That's going to have these things in it. If you are thirsty, if you are hungry, if you are sleeping, or if you're rested or not rested. I think this one is actually... This one is the hunger, is the apple. And I think thirsty is this one. I don't know what this one is. Maybe this one's your almost, and this is thirsty, and this is your almost thirsty. You're almost out when you have like one food or drink. When you have one drink left. When you have one food left. When you're out completely. Sheltered. Shaded. Fully rested. Rested. Not rested. Near a campfire. Those or whatever. Exhausted, I think. Etc. Etc. Encumbered. That kind of stuff. So those are all good. This right here is just a new way that I believe the spell book is going to look. So they're adding in some new visuals there. New icons are being added. I've never seen some of these. So some really cool. This looks like a little gnome with a hat on. So new icons coming soon. Be nice to see those. So you can, when you create your abilities, see that. A new pointers. Really awesome. Love seeing that. This looks really cool down here. This one, the Mimic, looks really cool. Chat filters, just kind of showing off that, how you can change chat filters. Cool. I didn't know this, by the way. If you click on the commands, it minimizes all the commands. Anybody know that? That is amazing. It's amazing. Awesome. We have to rely on GMs, admins all the time. If something happens, we can't do anything ourselves. We have to tell mom and dad to resolve the issues. No, the whole point is, I mean, there's nothing that you can really do. Yes, like because they don't want you to lower yourself to being a jerk because somebody else is being a jerk. The point is, if you see somebody doing something, yeah, tattletale on them effectively. Petition, say, hey, this person did this. The GMs will and have taken items away from other players and given them to the rightful person because somebody stole a camp, stole a mob, ninja looted, etc. They will do that. So if somebody comes in and takes your stuff, don't be a jerk and escalate it, right? Because if you start training them, they start training you, it becomes a whole thing. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Now you're all going to get banned. If you just petition about it, go on with your merry day, let the devs and GMs handle it. It's just much simpler. But yes, read the play nice policy. They do want players to work it out themselves. Be like, hey, I was camping that. And see what the player says, right? If the player says, oh, I didn't realize you were camping it, I apologize. Here's the item that I got out of it. So sorry, I'll leave. Probably resolved, right? It's resolved. If they're like, haha, you suck. It's my camp now. First to engage. most damage done, etc. If they start shouting things like that, start training you, then you escalate it to a GM. This is information of where you are located when you log into the game. Very nice. Community hub. Frequently asked questions. Very nice to have this here. All this information, which you can all go check out on the community hub right here. So all that. This right here, I think, is going to be the new character. Excuse me, the new character creation window. Something along the lines of this. So when you click on, your Wood Elf Ranger, it's going to tell you a little information about being an elf, your traits, your name, what each of your different things does. It's going to give you more information. So hopefully we get this soon. I'm excited for this because we need to know this information. I think that players need to know this information before they create a character, because it does make a difference down the road. Like you might create a ranger thinking, oh, this is going to be some sort of bow wielding, amazing class that uses an animal pet. Well, no, archers are going to be the bow wielder, beastmasters are going to be the animal pet. The rangers are more like Aragorn. So this is going to tell you what a ranger is up front, so you're not level 10 and be like, I don't understand what this class is. Tech additions. Name tags are now obscure in darkness. I love that. I love that. That your name. So like if it's dark off in the distance, you can't see what the name of the enemy is. You still see their glowing eyes, so you know something's there, but you can't see what it is. Added support for diminishing returns on CC abilities. This right here is something I was talking to a buddy of mine about recently, because if you take an enchanter, you stun a mob, 6-second stun, then you take your fighter and you stun it, 6-second stun, that's 12 seconds. Now the enchanter can stun it again, 6-second stun. So now you're at 18 seconds of a stun. Then a monk can stun it for another additional 4 seconds. And then a cleric can stun it for an additional 4 seconds. And then you're now back to the enchanter stunning it for another 6 seconds. You see what I'm going with here, right? You can permanently stun mobs in this game. They're going to be adding diminishing returns so that you can't do that. It's just a sound strategy. I mean, if you can coordinate it properly, I mean, kudos to you. But it is a bit powerful. Yeah, while the wizard burns them down, exactly. So, I mean, what was that? 6 plus 6 is 12, 18, 22, 26, and then another 6, 30. That's 32 seconds from a fighter. What was that? Fighter, enchanter, monk, and cleric. From those 4 classes, 32 seconds before you need to really start repeating things. Anyway, you could permanently lock them down. Added who option. CC related buff are part of the damage reduction groups of DR groups, like damage reduction. A buff must have a DR group for DR to be applicable. Okay, a buff with a DR group will only have DR applied in PvP context by default, with the option for designers to enable DR for buff in PvE. Okay, so it's mostly going to be for PvP at this point, but with the ability to do it for PvE as needed. Like I said, if you coordinate it perfectly, you can stun lock something, and kudos to you for being able to perfectly coordinate that. You can't do that to named enemies and raid bosses and big things like that. They're just immune to stun. And they're immune to stun, they're immune to mez. A lot of them are immune to root and snare. They're immune to a lot of things. Added who option to unit frame right-click context menu. Okay, as you right-click on a player and you can do who. So you can /who them, /behoove them. Added support for breaking buffs on movement. Added smile emote Nice. I wonder if that's actually going to make your character smile, or if it's just going to say in text you smiled. Added some GM commands. Added camp server and camp desktop. Those are nice. I don't think that they work. I've tried camp desktop and it didn't seem to work for me. But I wasn't really paying attention. But I typed camp desktop and I walked away from my computer, and I came back and I was just at the character select screen. So I don't know if it works or not. Added confirmation dialog window for a player to accept a soulbind. That's actually really nice. If you get in a group with somebody and they soulbind you in the middle of a dungeon, jerk move. Don't do that. Added chat channel for ability resist. They broke the chat channels for some of these, like ability resist and such. I'm not able to see half my abilities anymore, so I don't know what's going on with that. Added no teleport flag for items. I don't know what that means. I guess that means if you can't zone with them. I don't know. I haven't seen a no teleport flag on an item. Added right click, a hotkey to open skills window. Okay. Added a tiny cooldown for clicky items to avoid spam click abuse. That's definitely nice. There's some pretty cool clicky items in the game. Be on the lookout for those. I show off one in a video I made a while back that everyone should do, and it's the measuring stick quest. You need to do that. It's a clicky ability. But there's clicky heals, there's clicky snares, there's clicky cures. What else clicky items are there? Clicky buffs of various types. There's a lot of different clickies out there. Female wood elves are getting a ponytail hairstyle. Looks great. Awesome. I didn't know about that. Add/camp check. Yeah, camp check is something that we need. It'd be really. I don't know if they should do that or not. I was just thinking about, like, in a dungeon, if you could do like a /camp check, and it opens up a menu, and you can see the players at different camps, right? But that takes away the player interaction some instead of just doing a camp check. So, I don't know. Girlfriend says, okay, I'm hungry. I'm almost done. I promise, I'm almost done. Let's see, what else can we do here? Added a tiny cooldown for clicky items to avoid. Okay, we did that. Added NPC command to walk to another NPC. Ooh. That's cool. Bind mud look command to L by default. Okay, that's nice. So you don't have to type in /look or hit the command menu. Girlfriend aggro? Yeah, she wants me to go get lunch. And I want some lunch too. I'm actually hungry. Separated damage shield combat text into its own category. That's nice. TT now works when targeting player corpses. /TT now works when targeting player corpses. Okay. I don't know what that does. Ability specific work, visions of tracking or versions of the tracking system, support for buffs that cause an effect when the entity receives healing. Abilities now require a minimum or maximum health to apply their effects. Huh. Okay. Allows race and classes to automatically grant traits. That's in now. Melee abilities now match their range to auto attack melee range. Good to know. I was noticing this in the last playtest with maybe kick and my stun ability. They were different ranges, so that's good that they just match with your auto attack. Added support for auto attack and ability racial crits. Those definitely work. Ability critical hits. I don't know why I said racial crits. That's really weird. Mana burn. Overtime effects now cancel when the target runs out of mana. So this is specific to the Inquisitor, maybe also the Enchanter. Add targeting support for ground target abilities. That's really nice. So if you use like the caltrops, maybe you can throw them or something. It'd be really nice to see more of that. Buffs can now affect auto attack, crit rate, crit hit rate. Okay, yeah, this is Berserker buff, I think. Archer Flare and Caltrops abilities. Visual effects support, nice. Berserker and Crippling Blow implementation, we talked about those. Added triple attack skill for fighters. What? When? This is cool and all, but what's for lunch? What's up, Milo? How are you doing, dude? Hadn't seen you in a long time. What's for lunch? I don't know what she's going to have me go get. Either Jersey Mike's or Moe's. I don't know which. Probably Jersey Mike's is closer. But triple attack for fighters? What? I would think that monks would get that. Added safe fall for monks, rogues, bards. They keep adding more stuff for fighters and making them more of a melee damage DPS powerhouse. I'm going to be sad. I want them to be more tanky. Unless they continue, if they can continue to tank very, very, very well, in my personal opinion, they should be the best physical tanks in the game, period. They keep adding this offensive stuff, though. Added threat and explicitly check social aggro when yoinking NPCs. That's the grip ability. Added support for archers, salvage arrows abilities. Yep. And then feign death. Now clear all aggro after 60 seconds. So if you feign death for 60 seconds, you are good to go. And then a bunch of fixes, numerous memory leaks, and all these things. You all can go and check these out. My girlfriend's getting very hungry, so I'm just going to kind of scroll through these. Pouches and other belt slots now show a bag belt instead. Yep, several fixes for ability targeting, prevent barred instrument bonus stacking. Damage shields never fire on self-inflicted damage. Okay. Summoning a pet while swimming now works as expected. Summoning pets in water is just awful. It's an awful experience. They just kind of float at the top. I don't know. Maybe they're fixing that. Fix diminishing returns. Like that whole water dungeon we were looking at earlier. I don't think it's going to work very well with pets. It's going to work terribly. No longer allow emotes like wave to player name not visible to you. Oh my goodness, I'm getting tired. Yeah, just a bunch of changes. Skip cast prediction when target is out of range. This is an issue that's coming up right now. If you can't see the target, you can start casting the spell, but it doesn't tell you can't see it until after the spell finishes, and it just says you can't see your target and the spell doesn't go off. So on those longer cast times, it's awful. They need to check that at the beginning of the cast and at the end of the cast. You need to be able to see them at the beginning and see them at the end to be able to get it off. Yeah, that's an issue going on right now. It's really, really annoying. You're doing that self-inflicted damage by letting your girlfriend go hungry? I am. I vote Jersey Mike's if there's a vote. Okay. I think she's voting Jersey Mike's. Generally haven't had time for Twitch. Just heard about the game and saw you streaming it. Hope everything's going well. Everything's going great, my friend. Milos was... he has been coming to this channel on and off since 2018 or something when I played a lot of Fortnite. He was a really big contributor to the stream way back when I first started streaming. So without people like him, I would not have continued streaming. So, I really appreciate... I remember people, right? So if you stick around on my stream, I will know you. People like Milos is... Whew. Long time viewer there. He's been through it all. He was there. Well, let's not get into all that. He's been through a lot. He's seen a lot. Let's see. Send your pets. Okay, etc., etc. A bunch of stuff here. Just go through and read all this stuff. In closing, we'll read this, and then I'm going to go get my girlfriend some food. Thanks for checking out the update. Hopefully you found a few things that piqued your interest. I found a lot of things that piqued my interest. We're going to follow this update with another one detailing our latest thoughts regarding beta and early access timing. We'd like to get that out within the next week, 2 weeks at the latest. So this is going to be their new beta timing. They said that they wanted beta to start back in October. It did not start in October. We are now closing to the end of December, or I guess halfway through December. It's not going to even happen in December, according to Sean. We're not going to see beta until next year. So January, maybe February, which means everything is going to be pushed back at least a month or two, including early access. So we're now looking at early access February at the earliest, most likely March, maybe even later. So just giving a timeline on that. Hopefully when Sean gets around to it, when he has some time and he gives us the update next week or 2 weeks at the latest, we'll have some more info on that. I will definitely be talking about that. I'll make a video. We'll talk about it on stream. So if you miss it when Sean's saying it, I will have the information as soon as Sean tells us. I will have that, and I'll let you all know. Now that this update is finished, we can go back to locking down remaining beta early access timing details and reviewing them with the team. We appreciate your patience with everything. As always, if you're a fan of the project and want to support us, best thing you can do right now is get the word out, which is what I'm doing with my stream, with my YouTube. But go to Discord, go to Twitch, VODs on YouTube, watch all those things, get on the mailing list, go to Reddit, talk about it, let people know. I'm right there with them on that. So anyway, Milo's coming in with the sub. Thank you so much, Milos. I appreciate it, bud. All the support over the years. So really do appreciate that. So yeah. Nick, much appreciated. Yeah, thank you for being in the streams. Thank you for chatting with us. Nicodemus, by the way, for those that don't know, he is a dev for this game. He does some, I know that he can probably tell you a lot more. He does some itemization, things of that nature. Might work on some other things as well. So yeah, Nicodemus is not Nick Hotz. Nicodemus and Nick Hotz are two different people. People get them confused quite often. But yeah, I'll try to drop by more often. Yeah, Milos, if you want to play this game, come and play it with us. This is like EverQuest 1 reimagined. I would call it EverQuest 1.5. It's looking really, really promising. So yeah, absolutely. Come check it out with us, Milos, and come play it. All of that kind of stuff. One of many. The cult grows. Yeah, the cult is growing. Seems Sean has really hinted that beta will probably be in January and EQ probably pushed back. Oh, EA probably pushed back to Q2. They haven't outright said it. Yeah, I would agree with those hints. Nick at night. Oh, that's what we need. We need to have a Nick at night stream. And we could get both Nicks and do like a Q&A stream with both Nicks and call it Nick at night. Can we do that? Let's do it. I don't think we'll get sued. Right? We won't get sued. I want to do that now. Nick, you are welcome to join me at any time on any of my streams and we'll do a Q&A. Other Nick, you are also welcome to join me at any time on any of my streams and we'll do a Q&A. I'm going to throw it out there. Legally distinct, Nick at night. Yes. Very, very specific, different on the two. Literally just heard about it last night, and now you're super hyped. Awesome, you just heard about it? Dude, I've been following this game for almost a year, and it's coming along, dude. It is coming along. I'm loving it. Anyway, that's going to be it for me before my girlfriend comes up here and strangles me to get her some food. She's been sick for like 3 weeks or something ridiculous. She's finally getting over it and getting an appetite, so she's hungry. I'm going to go do that. I appreciate everybody being here in chat and hanging out with me today. We're going to be doing more streams like this. I might start doing a Monday morning Monsters and Memories stream, and we're going to call it for Delicious. It's going to be an amazing stream. Every Monday morning, maybe, do something Monsters and Memories related where it's just a Q&A, whether we can show gameplay or not, do something. Just a Monday morning Monsters and Memories. I don't know. I just came up with that. But yeah, thank you all so much for being here. Do appreciate it. Thank you for the support. And hopefully, I see you all next time. Bye.